Where's he going to go with the next one? 2 of those leaves double 14, and that is the biggest finish of the week.
To do something only Richard North has done before. And that's to have the perfect 10.
Not going to get an ounce of sympathy from Webster. He's just going to hit double 11, move on.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren Webster.
Can he find a way through?
Game
to pop his way into tomorrow night's final.
See? Look how important it was. Look how important it was.
James Van Der Zee.
I want to be part of it. Ooh, I like this a lot.
Oh,
yeah. I'm all over that.
Yeah, it's Saturday here at the Super Series. Welcome along as 6 sharp shooters fight it out for a place at Champions Week. And, of course, that £5,000 weekly winners check. Paul Nicholson has been casting his eye over the action all week, and it's 6 really exciting finalists, isn't it?
It is, for different reasons as well. You talk about someone like James Wilson, who's come straight off the tour and into this environment and still hasn't lost a game. Darren Webster took a little bit of time to get going on Thursday, but now he's really snapped into action. But you look at what happened on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, Brian Roman was excellent, even though he wasn't 100%. So there are many things to talk about tonight, and we can't ignore just how good Kurt Parry has been all week long, even though he has had a few ups and downs on the doubles. Yeah, well, we will talk about all of those things, put you in the picture. If you haven't been watching this week, first of all, why not? But we will give you a reminder of what's happened in the last 5 days getting here. We'll start, Paul, with Group A. You mentioned it. Brian Roman winning that group in the end, but it wasn't without rivalry, was it? Not at all. I think one of the reasons why he played so well is because he was continually pushed. Parry pushed him. Some other people just troubled him at times. But the amount of experience that he's gained over the last 4, 5, 6 years, it really came into the fore. And I think the biggest thing for Brian Roman throughout the course of his campaign is that when something disappointing happened, he was able to just soak it in and then just roll with it. But there were some really good moments as well, and quintessential moments as well with Brian, because of his ability to count so quickly and execute so quickly. That's one of the reasons why we love watching him. Some shots that made sense, but a few that didn't, but he still made them look good.
Yeah, he certainly did. We just saw some of those moments as well. A spotter's nightmare, Brian Roman. Look, someone who will be disappointed from that group, Alex Spellman. He didn't play as well as he had before. He's been through that campaign, only losing 1 match before. Wasn't the same this time around.
Not at all. I think a lot of players are coming into this part of the season, which is fairly early, and he had a problem with lateral drift. He was hitting the 5s when going for 20s. He was hitting the 7s when going for 19s. And some of his doubles around the board just weren't polished. For me and for Chris Mason's sake, it was a sign of tiredness. And now that he has the option of taking a break before his next tournament, I'm sure he'll be fine. But what he did show us on Friday in Group C was that the form is there. Maybe he just didn't have his ultimate energy levels.
Yeah, we'll come on to Group C in a second. But first of all, let's take a look at how the Group B table finished up. Now, remember, 3 players go through from this group. Kurt Parry, almost perfect, not quite. Darren Webster, as expected, the level that he's brought, did come out yesterday with 4 out of 4. And then James Van Der Zee, and he made it through as well after a decent showing in Group A.
Yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it? You don't have to win a group just to get to Saturday night. He was 3rd in Group A, he was 3rd in Group B, and he's here and he has a chance tonight. But making Saturday for me is already making him a winner, because we were thinking that he wasn't going to make Saturday. He's done a really good job this week, and his focus and his pace has not altered one bit. He's played his game, and I've been very impressed with him. But Group B was great entertainment on Thursday, and that was before Darren Webster started winning all of his matches on Friday. Great high level of performance, excellent doubling, best group doubling-wise all week, and it's very conceivable that our winner tonight comes from that group. Yeah,
well, let's talk a little bit more about Darren Webster, because he's only just lost his tour card, but didn't think twice about taking the invitation here. He's an explosive player, isn't he? And playing tonight might even bring out even better from the Demolition Man.
One thing you never get from Darren is hesitation. When he was given the option to come here, he'll just say, yes, I'll do it. And that's how he lives his life. He wasn't too perturbed by losing his tour card. We all know the situation that if he hadn't turned up on the last day, he would have retained it. Had he done that, he would just go onto the tour and have another crack. But now that he is in this level of the game, he will probably see a new side to it. He said yesterday in an interview with Henry Deacon that he didn't realise that this level of darts was so good. And I think for him, that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was all about Kurt Parry in the end. He's played really well. Remember, came here because he won the Champion of Champions. He was rewarded with a place here, and he's made the most of it with his performances, particularly in the last couple of nights.
Some sublime performances and multiple three-figure averages as well. When he gets it right, he's arguably better than anybody this week. I know he hasn't got the biggest performance of the week. That came from Connor Scott in Group C, but 2 103.66 averages, a 101.9. But the biggest message from Kurt over the last couple of days is that his doubles were better in Group B than they were in Group A. So if that continues and he really does bring those two formulas together tonight, he might be very hard to stop.
Right, let's have a look at the Group C table now. 2 players through from this group, James Wilson and Tom Sykes. Both came into that group and both got out of it. A few of the players have been around all week, seeming to struggle a bit. They were streets ahead of everyone.
Yeah, with Tom van den Hogen, with his seasonal average coming into this week, we did fear that maybe bottom spot would be his. Lee Budgeon didn't have ideal preparation at the start of Group A, but no excuses in Group C, wasn't able to get it done. And we know what happened to Alex Spellman. He just seemed to waver towards the end of that group and just left himself with too much to do. But we put a lot of pressure on Connor Scott to come through this group. He wasn't able to do it because Sykes and Wilson were so clinical in the right moments. When Connor played well, he played supremely. But unfortunately, with a few equipment issues, whether it is a weighting or balancing issue and a little bit of indecision as to what kind of flight and stem combination to use, we're just going to watch out for him over the next few months. He's not ready to win here at this point in time, but he will be.
But, Paul, it was James Wilson that dominated that group, and he's only the second player ever to have gone through the card both days.
Quite remarkable when you think about it. I know that nobody has ever won all of the games in Group A in the history of this tournament, but only the second time for someone to go 10 straight games in a Group C campaign. That's surprising, but James Wilson will feel indestructible on this stage. At times, his level of performance was well below what he expects, but he did start to figure out that better level of performance on Friday. I think he feels comfortable on this stage now, and I think we're going to see an awful lot of success for him here this year.
I think we expected that from James Wilson. Did you expect to see what we saw from Tom Sykes? Because he was only beaten by the unbeaten James Wilson.
Yeah, I did actually. When he was here last time, he was winning a belt match for the Yorkshire belt against Chris Quantock, who everybody knows was playing in Group B this week and didn't qualify. But Sykes really did have the bit between his teeth. And the most impressive thing from Tom this week has been that he has put right what went wrong the last time he was in a group scenario here. And that will make him feel 10 feet tall. Now he'll feel like he can play with that freedom that Chris Mason was talking about a little bit earlier in the week. And if he has that tonight, maybe he'll find that extra level in a game that will see him make the semis or a little bit further than that.
Well, let's talk about tonight. That's how they got here, but let's have a look at how they have been dispersed into the 2 groups this evening. For anyone new, it's a round-robin format. Each player in Group 1 play each other, the same in Group 2, and we get the top 2 from each group through to the semis, and then a final, of course, for that place at Champions Week. Which is there a strongest group out of those 2?
Yeah, I think marginally you'd have to go with Group 1. Sykes has played excellently this week. I think Webster has improved from Thursday to Friday. We'll look at the numbers of Brian Roman as well. He will be fresh, and of anybody this week, of the 12 players, he was the one who could benefit most from the 2 days off. And I don't have any doubts about him. I think you could pick 2 out of those 3 and be comfortable with whoever falls.
Let's see how the bookies see it then for this finals night. They're going with James Wilson. You can understand that, but they're quite short prices, aren't they, for everyone, really? Do you see any value there?
I see massive value in Darren Webster. Look at some of the numbers he put in last night. He started with 100 average in his first game. I know this is a different complex tonight where you've got to play 2 group games and ultimately after that it's 2 knockout games, maybe. But his ability to put right what was wrong at the start of Thursday and get enough points to have a solid footing going into Friday, but then to do it completely differently on Friday and start like a bang. He does that tonight. 6-1 for him. I'm not having that.
Yeah, well, maybe there's some value in that. If you are going to have a bet, of course, please do so responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling, and it is, of course, 18 plus. That also applies to anyone who's going to follow the bet builder this evening. Here are our selections, most popular ones on the exchanges, put together in a treble, Paul, and just pick the bones out of that for us.
It's not very often we see an over 6.5, but that game really could go 4-3. Well, it's going to have to if that's going to land, but 7-4 is decent value on that. I quite like it. As for the player handicap, Wilson against Van Bazien, yeah, I think that's pretty likely. I know that James is going to be playing with that little bit of freedom tonight and maybe without any pressure. The pressure will be on everybody else, that's for sure. So, yes, I can understand that one. And Webster against Sykes, the match winner, based on what we've seen, yeah, I can kind of get behind that as well. It's quite solid for something close to 9-1.
Well, it's almost time to get the action underway. Before we do, let's just give you a look at the fixtures for this evening. Group 1, the first game will be Brian Roman against Tom Sykes. Then Group 2 will play its first game, Kurt Parry in action in that one, and we will alternate between the groups before we play the semis and final tonight. A last question, of course, for you, Paul, the one you get asked at this point every single week. Who is your winner?
I've gone for Darren Webster. And it's because when he's enjoying his darts this much, and because of what we saw from him last night, having 4 straight wins coming into this, I just think he's going to be an awful opponent for everybody tonight.
Well, we'll reconvene before the semis and see if your man's still in the race, to see which 4 will still be in the race. But the first 2 are about to do battle. Brian Roman taking on Tom Sykes, and Henry Deacon caught up with both players earlier this evening.
Well, after last time, Tom, I suppose there was only really one goal this week, wasn't it, to make it into Saturday night's final, and you did exactly that yesterday.
Yeah, that was my main goal when I first came here, yeah, definitely. I weren't too bothered about winning the group or finishing second, it was more about getting through, so yeah.
Was the experience of last time a little bit of fuel to the fire for yourself?
Yeah, the way I started last time, I was top of the league after the first day, so, and to make a mess of it like I did, I didn't want to do that again yesterday, but I managed to get over the line yesterday and I played really well.
What's the most pleasing factor, the way you got over it, especially that disappointment against James Wilson in that first game? Then you came straight back out and then beat Connor Scott in the fashion that you did.
Yeah, I knew after I'd lost that game, going from 3-0 up, I were annoyed at myself after that. But I got back on the practice board straight away as soon as I walked back in there, and I came out firing again against Connor and managed to get the job done over him, so yeah.
I just get the feeling that the more you're in and around this environment, the more you feel at home, and the more you feel like you belong at this level of the game.
Yeah, I know I've got the game to compete with anyone. If my scoring's going, it's mainly my doubles normally that mess me up, but my scoring's not been great this week, but my doubles and my finishing's been good, so hopefully if they both click tonight, we'll see what happens.
And you could do something very unique that only a select number of players can actually do, and that's win 2 different tournaments in this particular building, because the last time you were here, you won a belt on Saturday.
Yep.
Now you could go on and win the main event.
Yeah, well, I'm not here to make them numbers up. I'm here to win this thing, so we'll see what happens.
We love the attitude. We look forward to watching you play. Tom, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Brian, first time for yourself here in Portsmouth, and you looked right at home from the very first start.
All my friends always say that I'm more a stage player than a floor player, so maybe I should say that they are right now.
How do you assess your week overall?
It's been amazing. If you consider I was on the operation table 4 weeks ago, I would never expect myself to be very competitive this week. If you saw the people coming in, it's been a very tough week, but come on top on Group A is just brilliant.
Was it almost a case of one game at a time? As you say, you've had your troubles with your shoulder and things like that. Was it a case of after Q School just trying to rebuild yourself one step at a time?
Yeah, definitely. I said it to Abby this week as well. I was playing at Q School and I thought, well, my career is over. I thought I was never going to be competitive again because it just doesn't feel right. I had no feeling in my darts. I had no feeling in the throw. There was signs that it was getting better at the Challenge Tour last weekend. But then coming here, the first game, a 90-plus average, and I just going along with it, and that's what I did.
Are you surprised things have clicked this quickly then?
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Well, the doctor said I'm not allowed to play for more than 6 weeks. Well, not this long. Usually, normally only 30 minutes a day. and it's only 4 weeks later, and I'm still playing now. So.
Is 2024 rebuilding year, a year that maybe we'll see the best of Brian Roman as it goes along, as you recover obviously from the operation, etc.?
The best we will see if that is the case, but it's definitely a rebuilding year. I had my troubles on the Pro Tour. I had troubles with my confidence because of the Pro Tour as well. So this year is just rebuilding and see what happens.
And is the key to that as well, learning how to win matches again, being competitive? You know what you're like the last time that you dropped down to this level of darts. You were the WDF #1, you won numerous titles. And how much could this be a good springboard here tonight as well?
Oh, definitely. It's massive. This will help my confidence as well. Going into the Dutch Open next week, it's one of the biggest tournaments around. And yeah, like you said, I was in WDF #1, and I really want that spot back. So.
Well, I wish you all the very best this evening, Brian. Good luck.
Thank you.
This is becoming a problem. 13 darts at a double and no hits. Where's he going to go with the next one? 2 of those leaves double 14, and that is the biggest finish of the week. He's gone conventional this time. And it is 3 legs to nil. Double 19.
Well, game shot in the third leg.
He's just bamboozled me again.
Low. He finds double 10. Does get the win.
Yeah, will the brilliant Belgian take the title tonight? Or can Tom Sykes, the Yorkshireman, stop Brian Roman in his tracks in this opening match of the evening? It is another Super Series Saturday night. And the winner, of course, will be making it through to Champions Week, which is drawing ever closer. It's time now for me to hand you over to our commentary team, which includes Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good evening, everybody, and welcome to Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where the Pompey patrons will be guaranteed a new winner of the trophy by the end of play this evening. None of the 6 players in the field have even played a finals night before in this particular format, in this particular competition. Roman did so in Southampton, but he hasn't done so at the Super Series. He came into the action on Monday morning as one of the favourites to go on and lift this particular title. He went on to win Group A, a couple of months out for a major operation on his shoulder.
59.
He lost his tour card status. He didn't retain it at Q School. It's a year full of rebuilding up against Tom Sykes, who is continuing every single time we see him in front of the cameras to grow as a player. Paul Nicholson is alongside myself, and this is an evening full of intrigue, an evening where maybe everybody could stake their claim.
180.
I think that's a very accurate statement. Coming into tonight, there are favourites in some people's eyes,
100.
and maybe some dark horses who we haven't given enough airtime to over the last 20 or so minutes. But we are starting with the Group A champion, and Brian Roman. Like I said at the top of the show, I think he was very happy to win that group, so he could rest up for the last 2 days. Coming into this, he will play Game 1 and Game 5. Traditionally, that's what the Group A winner will do. He'd like to start with a win. Double 10. Gives him the first leg and 14 darts. No hesitation here from Brian to get off to a flyer.
Second leg, it's
Kicking off in the vein that he left off in terms of Group A. Tom Sykes, who had a max himself in the opening leg. But the standard has been set alight on this Saturday night at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Tom's here with his partner, and
56.
His parents are here as well, watching on, hoping it's going to be his night. He said in his interview that he was happy with his doubles this week. He's got every right to feel
59.
that way. 39% for the last couple of days. That's a really good level. But if I may pay homage to all of the finalists here tonight,
60.
They've all been excellent on the doubles, with maybe the exception of Kurt Parry, who at times has let himself down in the outer ring.
44.
But even he, with the smallest percentage on doubles for the week, is at 33%. That's maybe the biggest compliment we can pay Kurt, saying that 33% is nowhere near good enough for him. But 42% for Brian in the first 3 days of the week. That is world class wherever you go.
84.
You mentioned Tom's here with his family this evening. I actually spoke to his parents before play got underway, and I have to say that his dad is a real big character. And if Tom does go deep this
92.
evening, you will see some celebrations, and you'll probably see him get involved in the action as well. Big Castleford Tigers fan as well, the
140.
Sykes family. And what a response this is on Tom Sykes. The 140 leaves him on double 17. An opportunity to level up.
The kind of
41.
behaviour I
Tommy
expect from
required
Brian.
34.
Leave unusual shots. He's going to split it
Game shot
and
the
find an
second leg.
equaliser in 17.
Tom
That's a really good start to tonight in those first couple of legs. 2 Belgians
Third leg,
here
it's Brian
tonight.
to throw first. Game on.
We've also got Sykes from Yorkshire. You've got James Wilson from Yorkshire. Norfolk's own Darren Webster. And
125.
one Welsh player in Kurt Parry. A nice myriad of different areas massaged here on Saturday night in week 10.
61.
2 more weeks after tonight before we get to week 13, which we'll see the big check handed over at
58.
around about 11:30 on that Champions Night, just over 3 weeks' time.
Well, it's the first meeting between the pair, and
83.
you would think because of where their careers have gone that they wouldn't really share too much, but they do share one thing, and that is the same walk-on song. Both Brian Roman and
96.
Tom Sykes walk on to Tiesto's track, The Business. But who is going to get the business done in this particular encounter, I wonder?
85.
Can't have the same walk-on track if you play each other on a big stage with a walk-on. Just doesn't fly. That does.
180.
Second 180 of the night comes from the Riddler. However, he did
49. Brian, you
post
require
a very,
42.
very funny tweet over the last couple of days. Nothing funny about that dart, though.
10.
Or that one. He will come back, but affectionately we call him the Noodle because of the word Raman. It looks like ramen noodle. And he wore a
99.
T-shirt
Brian, you
with
require
somebody
32.
eating noodles, and he said, "This is the Noodle wearing a T-shirt of someone eating noodles, and I'm
Game
eating
shot
noodles."
The third leg. Brian Roman.
That's just part of his sense of humour. But this is not a laughing matter tonight.
Fourth leg,
This
it's
is
Tom to
serious
throw first.
business.
Game on.
Get through the group, your paycheck for the night goes up, and every game that you win after that, it doubles.
59.
And I just wonder whether Brian Roman drops back down to this level of darts with a tag on his shoulder, because
99.
he moved to the PDC as the WDF #1. He moved there with a big reputation under his belt, and now he's back here,
137.
and you get the sense that maybe he could be a sizable scout for players on the particular tours this year.
Yeah, maybe.
140.
But I think in this complexity of world darts at the minute, people expect success for big talents
140.
to come immediately and for it to be sustained. There are only so many spots in certain tournaments for people to succeed.
80.
There's only going to be one winner tonight. It's not as if you can have 6 different winners. It just doesn't happen. And there are only 64 spots in the world
57.
available to tour card holders after 2 years. So someone has to drop off. His journey might be a great one, but it might have
58. Tommy
ups and
require
downs along the way.
108.
Well, Sykes got away with one there. He left a ton to leave himself on a bogey finish, but Roman hasn't been able to do much by way of response. And because he set a treble 3 there, meant that the turn was
69.
effectively
Brian
over. And so
require
Roman here for the
124.
break of throw leaves himself on 1-2-4, and then again goes back up for the treble 20, leaving himself on 39. Going to be a dart at double 11 for Roman for the break of throw.
102.
Comes and goes.
Not
Tommy
one
require
right-hander
39.
who throws like Brian, who doesn't fancy that double 11 after that 42 is hit. Double 16. Not a good guide, that.
Game shot
Oh,
the
my
fourth
word, that's a
leg.
great dart.
Tom Sykes.
Under that kind of pressure, because if he misses that, the likelihood is Brian does take the 3-1
Fifth leg,
lead.
it's Brian to throw
This is an
first.
excellent
Game on.
start to the night from 2 players who have averaged very similarly all week, albeit
58.
in different settings. Brian played the first 3 days, Tom played the next 2. But there is less than a third of a point between
99.
them average-wise this week. Both in the 87 and change market.
57.
This week, because we saw yesterday that
97.
block bullseye, the 1-3-2, the qualification shot for him through to tonight's final. And there on the double 16.
It is a candidate for finish of the week.
134.
That 1-3-2 on the bullseye. But what about the 93 from Brian Roman that we saw that had everybody bamboozled?
42.
Single 19, treble 8 bull. Quintessentially Brian. And the more finishes we see of that sort of ilk from him,
94.
the more I want to watch him. He is one of the most overused words in darts. He is box office.
171.
That's wonderful.
Brian, you require 158.
Is Roman going to take the lead with the biggie?
Doesn't go, and so Sykes threatens the break at the perfect time. It would move him
Tommy
3-2
requiring
to the good
92.
and within a leg of the opening rubber of the night. Double 6. For the
Game
break
shot
in
on the
3-2.
fifth. Tom
Huge
Sykes.
moment in this game. And Tom Sykes has the darts to beat Brian Roman.
Sixth leg, it's Tom to throw
He's only ever
first.
played one game on this stage on a Saturday, and he won it playing very well indeed. I always like to find little factoids like that.
140.
If you were to say that to him before he goes on the stage for the first time, it will just bolster that confidence of his. Never lost on that stage on a Saturday.
134.
Imagine if that's the case by the end of the night. He'd be joining some excellent parties in week 13, that's for sure.
100.
Very much like their week, their averages in this game are very similar.
Yeah, Tom Sykes won that belt in the longest game ever seen in this
140.
particular venue. 9-8 he beat Chris Quantock. He then retained that title back in January. He beat Sam Spivey by 7 legs to 2.
43.
The cusp here of potentially beating Brian Roman by 4 legs to 2. But this 6th leg very much up in the offing.
100.
And that could be a big last dart for the Belgian.
That was a really good dart, wasn't it? Dart in the way of the 60. Had the insurance policy of the 17s. Didn't use it and finds
58.
the best target
Brian
on the
require
board
127.
to leave. 127. Hasn't got the leg.
59.
Sykes might
Tommy
have the
require
match
160.
with one of the biggest finishes of the week. It's not on.
And so Roman gets his opportunity
60.
to break back into
Brian, you
send us to a
require
decider
68.
in which he will have the darts in. 1 dart at double 16.
36.
That third dart was fast, wasn't it? I know he's a quick player, but I just get the feeling
Tommy
that maybe that
require
third dart
100.
was just the tiniest bit too quick. Looked like a beautiful guide for the 32 as well. 80 left with 2. He's going to go for tops twice. He missed the first one,
40. Brian,
meaning
you require
Roman gets a chance
32.
to break for a second time.
To send us all the way in the first game of the evening. He's getting further
16.
away. And the third one moves inside. And
Tommy
now
requires
Sykes
60.
should get 2 darts here to complete the job, to beat Brian and to get the opening points on the board on finals night. Double 10, open bed to aim at.
40.
But he clips the wire and Roman gets
Brian
a
requires
reprieve.
16.
Tension in here can be felt. Only game 1 of 9 of the night. What a marker that is. So necessary now.
8.
And it's Brian's return
Tommy
to the
required
board
20.
for a third time to try and take this leg that yields nothing. You can see that frustration. That's the most frustration he's shown all week.
He was apoplectic, was
Game,
Brian Roman,
shot,
but
and
Sykes will be
match,
ecstatic.
Sykes.
He gets his campaign off to the perfect start, getting the better of the former WDF #1 by 4 legs to 2. Roman, who missed 11 darts at double in the match, but it is Sykes who is setting his sights on Saturday night success, who gets his campaign up and running. A 4-2 victory against the Belgian, who was joint second favourite for the title tonight. Coming up after the break, we're going to kick off the action in Group 2 when Kurt Parry takes on the other Belgian in the field, the debutant, James van Bassine.
Well, what a start to the action here at the Super Series on Saturday night. Brian Roman going down, the favourite being beaten in the very first match of the evening by Yorkshire's Tom Sykes, the ADC qualifier. And that makes things very, very interesting in Group 1, which we will return to after the next game, but it's time to get Group 2 underway. And Kurt Parry, the Welshman, an excellent player this week. He is in action against another ADC qualifier, ADC Europe representative James Van Bessien. And Henry Deacon caught up with a pair of them, starting with James earlier on.
Well, James, it's been some debut for yourself here at the MODUS Super Series. How would you reflect upon your 5 days so far?
It was fun. I liked it very much, and I hope I play well this evening also.
You said to me yesterday that you really did settle down very quickly. You acclimatized to the stage within the first couple of days, and yesterday we saw you get better from what we saw earlier on in the week as well.
Yeah, I feel like getting even better tonight. Also in the practice room, it's going very well. So I hope it's going to be good today also.
You feel like you're getting more confident as the days go along?
Yeah, when I came from Q School, I have zero confidence. I want to cancel this because I didn't hit anything on Q School. And I came here with no expectations, and I want one leg, one game, and I did it. And so now we are in this stage, and I'm very, very, very happy.
You're through to this stage. Can you begin to dream a little bit now?
Yeah, it's possible. I know. I think I can even do better than I showed already. I threw too much 5s and 1s in a couple of legs, and that has to be gone.
Is this the biggest night of your career so far?
Yeah, I think after the whole final in the Bulls Open, it's my second time. It's bigger than a Bulls Open, but it's very fun.
Well, we look forward to watching you play this evening in front of a crowd in Portsmouth. James, all the very best.
Yeah, I was forgotten that.
Kurt, some week for yourself here at the Super Series and some Group B campaign for yourself as well.
Yeah, it's been patches of good and patches of bad, but all in all, to come here, it must have been a pretty good week, so I'll take it.
You look very much settled on the stage from pretty much the first start this week. How much did winning that Champion of Champions help you with your stage game back here at the Super Series?
A little, obviously, but I do enjoy playing on the stage. I've done it previously in different sceneries and scenarios and stuff. So, but yeah, I enjoy being on the stage. But so yeah, that bodes well.
Digressing your week, your scoring power was great, but so too was your doubling, and it just felt like whenever you got an opportunity, you're ready to pounce.
Yeah, especially Group B, bit more. Group A was depending on what Kurt turned up, but we just see which one turns up tonight, and hopefully it's the double-hitting one.
Do you believe you're beginning to peak at the right time?
I don't know, possibly. It's hard to say, really, because every day is different. As soon as you leave here and come back the next day, as I showed yesterday, it can be completely different, so we just see.
I was speaking to a couple of people back in Wales, and they were saying that you're in some very good form back home. It's beginning to really turn, isn't it, for Kurt Parry? The corner's really beginning to turn again for yourself?
Yeah, I think so. Playing local stuff and that, and I've been winning a couple of events, and there's always good players in Wales. Wherever you turn, there's always someone decent and capable of winning those tournaments as well. So to pick up a couple of them leading up to this was a massive confidence boost. And
how great a way would it be to start 2024 if you could lift that cup a little bit later on this evening?
Oh yeah, it'd be massive. It's just the experience that you get from being here as well. It all just makes your game better and just makes you feel a bit more at ease. So yeah, to win it tonight would be fantastic.
We look forward to watching you play. Wish you all the very best of luck. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
How much of this does Kurt Parry get? It's down to the double. And it's there.
Shot and the match. Kurt Parry. Game shot
Very quick and very good. That's the department. When he gets it right, my word, it's good to watch.
This is awkward. Wow, what a dart that is.
Kurt Parry.
Double 16. Well, there you go. That really is quite spectacular.
Well, he's certainly shown he's got the talent to win the week, hasn't he, Kurt Parry? But he's got a tough task here against James van Bussien, the ADC Europe qualifier from Belgium. Really has put on a good show. Great debut from him. But Kurt, well, the 180s, the wonder darts he's produced this week, the Welshman, the champion of champions. Will he be the champion at the Super Series? The first game of Group 2 about to get underway, and I will hand you back to Paul and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. It is very much a pleasure to be here with Henry to start Group 2 as we see James van Bussien take on the 30-year-old from South Wales, who has at times this week been just remarkable. Can he put it all together tonight against this man, the 45-year-old from Belgium? It wasn't so good for Belgium in the first game, as we saw Brian Roman lose out to Tom Sykes. So the Phoenix is looking to rise here in game number 2. Van Bussien will be part of this game and game number 4, which will be the second game in Group 2. So he will know exactly
it's Kurt to throw first.
what is going on before Parry plays Wilson in game number 6. One thing you said earlier, Henry, about the fact that none of these players have an
45.
experience of a Saturday night here in this format. They're all coming in as greenhorns, aren't they? They've just got to play darts and hope that they do enough.
Which is why possibly the experience of winning elsewhere could be oh so more
66.
pivotal this evening. Finding that winning formula. Or is that just too easy a logic to assume? Could Van Bussien here
59.
just, because he's not got experience, because he's got no scar tissue, and because he's been playing at such a consistent level, potentially become one of those outside victors? It is FA Cup weekend, and before we carry on, many congratulations to
41.
Maidstone United for their giant killing over Ipswich Town at Portman Road this afternoon. But maybe Van Bussien, the Phoenix, could be the giant killer of the Super Series.
137.
A good analogy. But he's been given an awful group. Not that there's any easy groups on a Saturday night, but when you've got someone like James Wilson waiting in the wings, and Kurt Parry, who has hit more 180s than anybody else this week,
30.
he's actually hit 23 more than James van Bussien, which is a very fair statistic comparison because they've played
83.
exactly the same amount of games this week, 23.
Can I give you a Kirk Parry theorem here in comparison to what he did at the Champion of Champions? Now, the Champion of Champions has a rigorous qualification process. Okay, a bit more elongated than here, but it's a very long
100.
qualification process. You then move your way down. You have a look at some of his snazzy shoes. We then get down to a cutthroat finals
97.
format where you're put on stage, hoisted on stage. Then you've got to win knockout match after knockout match after knockout match to win the big prize. But he did it there. Can he do it here?
Slightly different format, but he seems to believe, based on what he said to you earlier tonight, that
45.
experience
Kurt, you
might
require
help.
80.
I don't think he puts a great deal of emphasis on pressure. It's all about what he does right now.
40.
That department that has been the biggest subject that we've spoken about with Kurt this week. The doubles haven't been dreadful. 33% for the week. It's the lowest percentage of any person here in the
59.
finals night.
Kurt, you require
But he's
40.
had so many more darts at double than anybody else. Not even close. And he
Game
does
shot on
find
the
his first double
leg. Kurt Parry.
to take that first leg. Nice, solid hold. Now get the
Second leg,
gills
it's
around
James to
this.
throw first. Game on.
The two players in this match have thrown at doubles more than anybody. Kurt has had 230 attempts at double. James has had 163. That's 67 more.
100.
That just goes to show how good his scoring has been. Because when he's getting 67 more darts at a double than someone who's played the same amount of
60.
games as him, that tells you everything you need to know.
And the double troubles were palpable from Group A because there was an improvement in Group B, shall I say. 29 hits from 71 attempts. So it's been something that he has been working on as the week has continued.
85.
But Van Bussine has kind of played at this real baseline layer, hasn't he? We kind of know what we're going to get from him. A mid-80s average. He's going to take more often than not the opportunities he's going to get. But he's going to have to score big here because Parry's beginning to motor and the Phoenix is yet to got out the traps as of yet.
That's a better first start from James. Got to find that target more often than not now. Especially
140.
when Kurt has got the darts in this match. James will have the darts against James Wilson in game 4. But he's going to be up against someone who hasn't lost yet this week. Here's another worrying statistic. I've done some breakdowns of what the 180 average is for the player per match. Brian Romano's top of that list with almost 2 per match. Kurt Parry, 1.74 to be exact per match. James, 0.74. It means that Kurt is exactly 180 ahead
James
per game
91.
of his opponent, and he's already got his first one in this game compared to his Belgian counterpart.
However, Van Bussine's looking to find the counter punch. 2 darts at tops, level up at 1 apiece.
Game shot
Finds it, level we are, 1-1. Good response following what was a sluggish start from the Belgian.
The first time this week as well that he has worn this dart shirt. I think he's been saving it for Saturday night if he'd made it, and he has made it. And it's such a great story. I was talking to Brian Romano a couple of days ago when James was involved in Group B action. He said he is called the Phoenix because when he was 28 years old, he was given the diagnosis of cancer. Survived it, fought through it,
43.
and now he's called the Phoenix because he does feel this is his second crack at life.
140.
Someone is able to come through something like that and have success in their life. I've got all the admiration in the world. It reminds me of an NFL running back called James Conner who plays for the Arizona Cardinals. He used to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. A remarkable running back. When you consider what they've been through,
140.
this pressure here tonight will feel like nothing.
It's an insignificance in comparison to the
81.
bigger pictures. That is the Phoenix shirt.
That really is an impressive piece of work on the back of that shirt. Almost looks like the upside down in Stranger Things, doesn't it?
Yeah, Kate Bush's royalties have gone to Sophie Ellis-Bextor now, hasn't it?
31.
Well, Parry here, 155. He's got 6 from here to re-establish his lead at 2-1. And talking
100.
about shirts having symbolism, you may see DP and EP on his shirt. That is the initials of Kurt's children. Very much a family affair. And I feel like he's at the point of his career and his life where
60.
darts is something that he enjoys, but it's not be on end all. There's things going on. Double 10.
35.
But it goes back to what we were saying before in terms of the scoring power. Parry's already missed a handful of darts in this leg, but Van Bussine is just not on the scene.
Kurt's won more matches like this week than James.
137.
And he can
Kurt
blitz
required 20.
better than most this week. Double 5.
15.
However, this has
James
happened
required
more
90.
times to Parry than anybody else. Going around the houses on the doubles, he's found himself on double 5 an awful lot. He might just find James in his pocket, trying to steal something now on double 15. He can be aggressive with this shot.
Game shot on the third leg.
Super accurate.
James Van Bussine.
And in the first 3 or 4 days, he was showing no emotion. Now he's showing
Fourth leg,
plenty.
James to throw first.
He's got a 3-2 losing record against Kurt this week. In fact, this is the only game in the group stage tonight where we see a fixture of people who have already played this week. The rest of them, they haven't played one game.
Having a crew with the break in the last. The Belgian is beginning to push and he's beginning to fancy the job. He's getting himself pumped up all right. But Parry looking to counter punch. Oh, this is boiling up now.
This is good. Well, there's the one. You can dare to dream when you got the 180 to start a leg like this. But remember what happened with Connor Scott earlier in the week? He started with a maximum, then he went for a 171 on the 19s on visit number 2. He left 150 and went for 3 bulls. That was all over YouTube the last few days. But that approach, to me, makes an awful lot of sense. 150 is a lot easier to hit than 141. Don't know why more people don't do it. I've seen all of James's games this week, and I am convinced already that he's playing slower tonight than he was the last 5 days. 3 180s in the game for Kurt now.
140.
This is an excellent tussle between these two.
Parry threatening the break back if this 140 doesn't go, and it's not going to go. So the Welshman will return for 83 to square this game up at 2 apiece.
100. Kurt, you require 83.
Really is a good dart, isn't it? I believe tops. Huge pressure on this. Another one.
43.
Very close.
James, you require 40.
Would have been some recovery. But Van Bassien comes back for tops for a 3-1 lead.
Such a big moment in his Saturday night challenge. Double 10.
30.
He doesn't find it.
Kurt, you
When you
require
consider
40.
the other person in this group is James Wilson, and he has not lost one game this week, it puts huge importance on this
James
fixture.
Shaw on the 4th leg.
And it's Kurt Parry who equalises. 18 darts at a double in this match, 4 hits. Nowhere near what they've done this week so far.
5th
But
leg,
the
it's
pressure
Kurt
of
to throw
Saturday
first.
night,
Game
very
on.
different to what you get from during the week.
I wonder whether inside their minds they're thinking this is a de facto knockout match before they've even played James Wilson
57.
later on.
It's easy to think that way. But like them, James hasn't played here on a Saturday night either. We can't take for granted that he's going to win all 4 games, or indeed any game. He might lose 2. Remember when Jim McEwen won 28 points in a Group A scenario?
45.
He should have won all 15. He came to Saturday night and lost 2 matches and was out before the semis. There are no guarantees here.
136.
But Parry getting it courtesy of winning the Champion of Champions. That'll be back in Cardiff in August. There'll be more information on that as time goes along. And what a cast list of winners that particular tournament has.
100.
Alex Small, Gelrin Price, Johnny Clayton, Paul Hogan, Jim Williams. The list goes on.
Don't forget about Ryan Searle.
44.
Look what it did for his career. Turned into a different player. Could just be the start for Kurt. You mentioned that he's got a family back in Ogmavale.
85.
That's been his sole focus over the last 10 years, looking after that family. Just wonder if there's a certain age that Kurt could be
140.
where he can be unleashed. Whether he can be given the freedom to go and be the world-class player that he is. He watches this back. I'm not putting pressure on you, Kurt. I just want the best for you. But when you're ready, we'll be waiting.
85.
We can't wait to
Kurt,
see
you
it.
require 124.
Doesn't have to attack this. And Bassien not on a finish.
56.
But he could be the type of player that 2024 could be very, very fruitful for. And he's the type of player that, and again, it depends on how much he can and wants to play. But he's the type of player that could attack the various systems and have success in all of them.
He can be really selective as well. He could go
85.
to
Kurt, you requires 68.
something in Wales, something in England. He could come here. 16.
Game
And
shot
that is
the
more
fifth
clinical
leg. Kurt Parry.
from KP.
Sixth leg, it's James to throw first.
Two people that you
Game
can
on.
see, the bottom right of the screen there. One is wearing a green and yellow shirt, and the other gentleman with the orange shirt on. They go everywhere for darts. They go to Premier League darts, they go to majors, they go to Blackpool.
57.
They are two of the biggest darts fans on the planet, and I am ecstatic to have them here. It just goes to show,
84.
you want to see world-class darts, you can just come to Portsmouth for as little as £2. Very intimate atmosphere, and you can see what could potentially be happening. Different arenas with what happens here. Very close quarters, as little as 3 or 4 meters away.
140.
And you can tell there's some diehards in the crowd because one's got a Paul Nicholson asset shirt on.
Collector's item, that.
95.
Weren't very many of them made. I am convinced now that James is just feeling this a little bit, spending more time trying to aim these darts than at any point this week, even
100.
more so than his first game this week, which he beat Lee Budgeon 4 legs to 2. He had 2 ton plus checkouts in that first game and averaged over 87.
140.
It was at that point, after his very first game, we said, maybe he's a little bit better than the numbers we've found for him over the last few weeks. And he has rubber stamped that statement many times over the last 5 days.
Well, Van Bassine is potentially threatening a last leg decider here.
You remember what Kurt said to you yesterday about the pace of the game against Van Bassine? Said it was the same for everybody else, but it's not ideal. I just wonder if James saw that interview and said, you know, if I play him tomorrow night,
80.
I'll take my
James
time.
requires 68.
His chance for a 68 checkout. Kurt's just taking one. James gets it. We're going the distance.
It's going to be one dart. The dart's at tops. But he does not like the lie.
28.
And he dips it above, and Parry has a chance
Kurt,
to
you
clinch the
require
points.
102.
One dart at double 16.
Game
And he
shot.
wins his first
And
Group 2 match.
Kurt Parry.
That could be really bad news for the Belgian. He is livid. He's still smiling, but there was a chance for him to take that one all the way. Kurt Parry wins it by 4 legs to 2, averaging 89.91. A shade over what he's done this week. But that means that James Van Bassine has to beat James Wilson in his next match. Otherwise, he will fall at the group stage. When we come back, Tom Sykes, who won his first game of the night, is up against the very flamboyant, the very talkative, he's a bit of a jackrabbit actually, it's Darren Webster.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw a 4-2 win for the Welshman Kurt Parry. Really good start for him. It's what he's been producing all week. You might say it was Parry-normal activity, and it could be a night out of this world here at the Super Series, because we've got some top quality players in action, including Darren Webster, of course, a former tour card holder who narrowly missed out on getting that card back at Q School, and he's in action for the first time this evening. He plays Tom Sykes, who needs to win to get through after a victory against Brian Roman in his opening game. If Darren Webster actually wins this match 4-0 and lives up to that Demolition Man nickname, then he will be through with a game to spare himself. And Henry Deacon caught up with Darren before this evening's action.
Darren, it's been quite the debut for yourself here at the MODUS Super Series, and it's felt like you've enjoyed every single minute of it.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. First night was a bit rough, but, you know, getting used to the layout and everything. But, yeah, no, last night settled in a little bit, so, you know, hopefully tonight will be better.
You mentioned in the interview with me yesterday about small things such as like the 10-second stop clock. Do things like that, is that a big adjustment for a player who's just maybe come into other competitions, come off the tour, etc.?
Well, yeah, if you don't know, because then the thing that is, like, you know, I'm just going in, he's going, no, then your head's all gone, and obviously you've got to be 100% focused. When people's whacking 90-odd averages against you, you've got to be 100%, and then there's these little square holes, I can't put my foot down them. Look, I thought I was going to fall off the stage 3 times, but I got used to that last night, so I sort of had to miss them, and then, you know, yeah, played all right.
Well, the good thing is you missed the sets, but you didn't miss many doubles yesterday. That felt like the key point to your week so far.
Yeah, last night was good. Night before wasn't so good, but like I said to you, you know, we're getting in there now, you know, so we'll see how it goes tonight.
And you fancy it this evening, I can just see it in your eyes.
Well, no, yes, day 3, mate. I'm settled in now, so, you know, they can make who they want favourite in there. They've still got to beat one person in it yet, you know. And that's the way I look at it.
And it's a little bit more cutthroat this evening, the fact that it's only a couple of group games and straight to knockouts. Does that play into your hands because you're so used to those types of tournaments and those types of cutthroat events?
Well, yeah, you know, at the end of the day, I got just one mission tonight, and that's to beat anyone in front of me every time I play. And if you can do that, and you come out the winner. If you don't, you go on, don't you? And that's like it's been for the last 23 years of my life, so I wouldn't go on to change it. Now, coming out tonight, I've got to concentrate on the darts. If they go, they go. And if they go, mate, they'll be in trouble. So, simple, really.
And just finally, there was some snazzy combinations on doubles in your last game.
Yeah. As in?
As in for the 17 double nines and things like that in the last game. I don't think you remember it, do you?
Yeah, I went for a big 3 and I missed it. But the double went in, so that was handy. But yeah, no, I didn't go 17. I totally went for the 3 and wobbled, and that went in the... And then luckily I just threw it and went in, so yeah, it's good.
Well, you've been great entertainment, Darren, and wish you all the very best tonight. Good
That's
luck.
not bad, that's not bad. But next time you interview, can you give me a smaller mic? That's nearly as big as me, mate. Trust me, that's huge.
Not going to get an ounce of sympathy from Webster. He's just going to hit double 11, move on.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren Webster.
Oh, but this decision on tops.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on
a
the
much
first
better
leg.
start than last night.
Certainly a name that I'm familiar with. Oh, wow.
180.
Double 19.
Game
Hello,
shot on the second leg.
11 darter.
Darren Webster.
Well, no reason why Darren Webster can't win it all here at the MODUS Super Series, trying to bag a spot at Champions Week. And I tell you what, if he does do that, then in his own words, they all will be in trouble. Such an experienced campaigner, and he can get through tonight in this match, but only if he wins it 4-0. Tom Sykes simply needs to win the game. If he can add Darren Webster to his list of scalps, so go with Brian Roman, the Yorkshireman. The ADC qualifier will be the first player through from this group, and that will be something of a shock. Although Paul Nicholson may disagree. He's alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I've got to say that I've interviewed a lot of players in this building, and I think that's probably one of the best and funniest I've ever done. He's a great character, is Dan Webster, but he's also playing the part when it comes to the darts. His numbers in Group B were nothing short of spectacular. An average over 2 days of 91, 63 and 43% when it came to the doubling. He was given the big reputation coming into this week because of what he's done in the past, because he had just come off the tour, and particularly yesterday, he lived up to the hype.
Yeah, he did.
55.
You look at all of his different metrics, every single one of them gives you a little slice of world class. Mentioned that average, You mentioned the doubles percentage.
123.
His 180s per game are good. Put in a 3-figure average in one of his matches yesterday.
140.
Had a ton plus check out of 124. And it took him maybe a game and a half
100.
to really warm up. But when he got warm, nobody stopped him. He won all 4 games on Friday night.
55.
He'll be looking at players like Tom Sykes as if to say, so you're my new competition, are you?
140.
You are what I have to go through to get what I want this year.
130.
He's already accounted for a man in this group. And he has the darts in this game, which could be oh so pivotal. He's got a dart at the ball for 130 to start. He grazes the 25. And so Webster should get 2 darts here. Is just about going to have 2 darts here at tops to break the throw in the opening leg. The break found in 15. Webster leads 1-0.
That is something that will feel very familiar to him coming from the PDC Pro Tour. And I will say the same thing about James Wilson later on. Breaking in 15 is normal behaviour.
41.
If he can maintain that kind of behaviour this year, he will win an awful lot of games. It's his job now to protect what he's given himself in the first leg. Darren Webster has always been a very good player. He mentioned 23 years of doing
83.
this. Not continuously. They'd have a bit of a break from the game after getting to a quarter-final of a World Championship
100.
over 15 years ago. But when he came back, he was better. That's what he's planning on doing over the next couple of years.
100.
He's planning on being better than he was before. And if he does that, maybe he could go further than the 2 World Championship finals he's been to and add to what is a very good CV of multiple PDC titles.
60. Tommy Mackay, 161.
Sykes, who's already had a dart at the ball to win the first leg, didn't have to chase the balls at the end of this combination in the second. He actually
99.
went off the 8-11 favourite to win this game with the odds compilers. Dan Webster even money, probably reacting to the fact that Sykes had the throw. And competent enough performance against Brian Roman last time out. You get the sense Dan Webster's a different commodity, and that's perfectly pinned. The 15 darter in the first leg from Dan Webster has been followed up by a 14 for Tom Sykes. 1-1 it is.
Third leg, it's
high quality contest.
Game on.
You want to be a world-class player, you have to test yourself against world-class operations.
59.
And the Demolition Man is world-class at multiple operations. He's a brilliant builder.
100.
But he's an even better dart player. He might refute that. He might say he's a better builder than a dart player.
57.
But I'd have to disagree. And what you saw in that interview in the last few minutes, you might think maybe that's 25. A bit of posturing, getting a bit of adrenaline going, just trying to paint himself as a really bright, bubbly character. No. What you 58. See is what you get. Darren is like that all day long. Spend an amount of time with him. Be prepared to listen. And you don't mind because he is hilarious.
Well, we had to physically kick him out the building after play was finished last night. Himself, Tom Lonsdale and Kurt Parry all staying around after the session was completed. We all just wanted 83. To go to bed. They still wanted to have a natter about the night's darts that was thrown.
No, we don't mind that. We don't mind that either. This is really strong from Tom. He's 3 legs away from winning this group and having the darts in the semi-finals.
2 16s.
Game shot on the third
This feels inspired by Tom Sykes so far. He would have known that out of the 3, he was the least experienced.
It's Darren to throw first.
But maybe the lack of scar tissue could be something that plays to his advantage tonight. 100. An opportunity that he's dreamt of. And maybe a realisation could be cometh.
Here's 85. A situation that I didn't think of earlier today, and I'm pretty sure not many other people were thinking about it either.
80.
Webster versus Roman as a knockout game before the semis. That could happen if Sykes wins 2 of the next few legs.
93.
Hand on heart, when people were asking me today, who do I think is going to come through Group 1, I said,
80.
and I have to go with Brian and Darren. Even though I've been impressed with Tom this week, I just looked at the numbers. I looked at the likelihoods, and I thought that
59.
maybe this was progress for Tom, but maybe making the semi-finals tonight in this really stacked night
100.
just be one step too far. At the minute, he's taking a very large custard pie and putting it in my face. Do I mind?
140.
Not at all.
Darren, you require 141.
We'll be going from custard pies to jammy dodgers in the next match. And James Wilson takes the stage. Now, he's the bookmaker's favourite to go on a win tonight. Before playing it
87.
underway,
Tommy
12 to
require
5 on.
124.
Both these two were 9 to 2 joint second favourites. In fact, you couldn't split the
92.
3
Darren
players in
requires
this group in
54.
terms of the odds at 9 to 2.
Got to go. That is double 6.
Game shot on the fourth.
Henry said he had some weird
Darren
routes last
Webster.
night, and Tom Sykes was thinking when that 42 went in, he hasn't done that on purpose, has he?
Fifth leg, it's Tom to
I don't
throw
think he did,
first.
Tom.
Game on.
But he still found it.
Also keeps alive the possibility of a 9-dart shootout in this
97.
group. Because if Webster wins 4-2, and then Roman wins 4-2 against Webster in the last game, we'll have the first 9-dart shootout
100.
since October 15th, 2022, when Chris Mason, Tony O'Shea, and Richie Howson did the business on the
140.
stage.
Yeah, many congratulations to Richie Howson in the last 24 hours, winning a senior event. And also to John Henderson, who won one today.
180.
So well done to Hendo, one of our former weekly champions from around about a year ago, actually. He came straight off the tour to the Super Series and won week 12
60.
this time last year. First 180 of this match goes to
100.
Webster. Can't back it up with another one. But 121 would give him a 3-2 lead against the very
60.
dangerous
Darren,
Yorkshireman.
you require 121.
How many times has he attempted a finish like this in his career? It's got to be tens of thousands of times.
42.
I'm going to go this time.
Tommy
And
require
a slip for the last
144.
means it's 79 if he comes back. It will be a will. But it may just be the solitary dart here to get the break
60.
to lead
Darren, you
3-2.
require 79.
This is a big, big shot. Double 11. Almost at double 14, and then
Game shot
it's
on the fifth
double
leg.
11.
Darren
Don't
Webster.
look, Tom, honestly. Watching the Demolition Man play darts here tonight, and indeed like last night, he is
Sixth leg, it's
skimming
Darren to
the
throw
possibility
first. Game on.
of ruining shots, and then he's fixing it immediately. What we can tell you
44.
is this magical formula here in the group stage. If you have 2 points in the bank, and you have a positive leg difference
137.
after your 2 matches, you will be through. Doesn't matter whether it's top or second, like he said in his interview earlier.
100.
But if Tom Sykes wins this leg, he will qualify for the semi-finals.
134.
How the Super Series format can just
100.
swing on a pinhead. This sixth leg very much up in the offing. Sykes is just about taking the throw from Webster. But a trebleless visit here
60.
will allow the door to be open for the Demolition Man if he can find a couple of biggies himself.
60. Tommy require 170.
Biggie count was very small there.
98.
Only one biggie for Tom. Here comes the pressure.
100. Tommy requires
it enough?
72.
To scare Tom off. This is a qualification shot.
48.
Had 2
Darren, you
darts to
require
be part of the
97.
final 4 in week 10. Is he going to have to wait to see if it's good enough?
77.
I'm going to use the word that
Tommy
Darren just said.
required 24.
No.
Because when you win 4-2 in your first game, 3 legs is enough in your second. to send you
18.
through, but there was a real big pause
Darren, you
there.
required 20.
And he may have to go backstage left and await his fate as Webster stares down. Double 10 for
10.
4-2 win, but now he's spurned his chance.
Tom, you required 6.
That could be huge in this group. 1-1-1.
No score. Darren, you required 10.
The crowd are lost for words. So is Tom.
Game
As he
shot,
loses the game by
unmatched,
4
Darren
legs to 2.
Webster.
And those darts missed to make it 3-3 could make all the difference in making the final 4. Sykes will have to wait. The Demolition Man knows that he will win this group if he beats Brian Roman in game number 5. And if he does that, Tom Sykes will pat him on the back, because that will take Tom through as well. That's what you've just seen. As for what you're about to see, if you like biscuits, this is the game for you, because the Jammy Dodger's coming.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen some really decent darts. Darren Webster making it very interesting in Group 1. Still a possibility of a 9-dart shootout this evening. In fact, still possibilities for 2. More on that in a moment. But next up, it's James Van Bessian back in action, and he needs to win to stay in contention tonight. He takes on James Wilson, the second Yorkshireman in the field this evening. Another player fresh off the PDC tour and straight here to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And he's had a little chat with our Henry Deacon.
Oh, James, 10 games, 10 wins. You made the Super Series look quite easy in Group C, I have to say.
I won't say easy, but, I've been playing well. So, a few games a bit nip and tuck there. But, I'm enjoying myself, so I'm happy.
It felt like you won in different ways as well throughout the course of that campaign. Yes, we saw you blitz a couple of plays, but there was also games where you had to come back from 3-0 down, where you had to dig in.
Yeah, that's been my game, for quite a while, being able to dig in, because I never give up. Never give up. I will never, ever give up. Even if there's 3-0 in front, I'll never give up. So, that's one of better parts of my game, I should say.
Has this week helped you to rediscover a little bit of confidence?
Yeah, I think it has. I mean, PDC, it is tough. And that tour is tough. I mean, you're beating players like Humphreys. You can beat them. Like Clements, beat them. But then you're just coming against other players that you don't even really know, and they're hitting 105, 107 averages. So it is hard, and it's hard to keep your confidence up. But this week, got better, so happy.
Fresh off the Pro Tour, what's the goals, the plans, the aims? What are you looking at in terms of 2024 in darts?
Just to get better again, really. Build my confidence up, and just see how it goes. Just see where I go. It's hard because I had my operation and I had a plate taken out my arm, so I've been off at Boyle for quite a while, but now I seem to be getting back into it again, so I'm quite happy with the way it's going.
And how much would you like to kickstart 2024 with a tournament win here at the MODUS Super Series? Be some way to start.
Oh, I'd love it, but there's some good players in there. Never say never, but I'm going to have to play well to win.
Well, we look forward to watching you play, James. All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Another one. It might even be less than 6 or 7 minutes. It might be as little as 2. Because that is a beauty from J-Dub. Double 18 for James. And there's a sign that he's still got it.
Ooh, Mr. Double. Only the one, though.
To do something only Richard North has done before. And that's to have the perfect 10. James Wilson.
And what a debut dream it has been for the Jammy Dodger. James Wilson made it the perfect 10 in Group C. And if he can extend that winning run to 11, he will be through and won't even need to win Game 12 at the Super Series. Never been beaten on that stage. What a record it is. Will it carry on? We'll find out now. As I said, if he wins, he's through. Kurt Parry will go with him. If James Van Bessien himself can win this match 4-0 or 4-1, he would actually qualify and leave Wilson and Parry to scrap it out. So I will hand you back to our commentary team to guide you through every tungsten twist and turn. It's Paul Nicholson alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, James Wilson with an unblemished record here at the Super Series. He's taken to it like duck to water, and the Jammy Dodger has dodged every single bullet in front of him so far. But can the Phoenix arise and condemn him to his first defeat? The 45-year-old who had opportunities in that first game against Kurt Parry, lost out 4-2 in the end to the Welshman, but he really has, and when you digress the numbers and look at everything, has been a cut above the rest of the field this week. He is the bookmaker's favourite, and there is a reason why he's the bookmaker's favourite.
Can't ignore someone who hasn't lost. We've seen people go on sickening runs, undefeated runs here in Portsmouth. Jim McEwen had a ridiculous run in our previous studio, as did Sean McDonald. The record is 17 consecutive wins. I know I've gone early with this, but imagine if James does win tonight by winning all 4 games. His streak would continue into Champions Week in week 13 in around 3 weeks' time. And we have had some news this week about some of our competitors in week 13 who are not able to compete for the big check. Steve West, unfortunately, is
134.
rehabbing a hip operation, so he won't be able to be here after he won a week. As we all know, Chris Landman and Willie Borland have won tour cards, so they will not be here in week 13 either. So there are other opportunities afoot, but you don't want to have to settle for that. You want to win your week and come back having your fingerprints on the weekly trophy.
Oh, Van Bessien has just had a look over to the scoreboard, realised that 140 has left itself on a bogey number.
60.
But he is rarely given opportunities for his opponent, has James Wilson, but he's allowed the Belgian 6 on 166.
I'm not sure this pace of game suits anybody
56.
but Van Bazien tonight. You have had people with the same Christian name playing
41.
each other this week. You've had a
James
couple of
Jamiroquai,
Toms.
110.
Tom Sykes and Tom van den Hogen. Happens a lot these days. Particularly when someone's called Luke. The biggest name in the sport at the minute and the #1 world champion. Interesting.
74.
He's been spending too much
James
time with
Jamiroquai,
Brian Roman doing things like that.
145.
But it's a bit sucker punch if the jamming dodger can take this out. Not going to happen. And so Van Bazien returns for double 18 to take a 1-0 lead.
35. James Jamiroquai, 36.
Slow start for James. Leaving a 3-darter after 5 visits. He'd much rather be on a double like James. Van Bazien, that is. He's not going to go for the double 9.
Game shot on the first
It's a very
leg.
nice plan.
James Van Bazien.
Like Murph mentioned, there is a scenario where James Van Bazien
Second leg
can
is
be
James
through
Wilson to throw first.
after this
Game on.
match. He must win by 4-0 or 4-1 to get to that magical 2 points and +1 in leg difference.
100.
We did not see that from Tom Sykes. He is nervously waiting in the practice area right now thinking, have I done enough?
But the slow start from James Wilson is something that we should not ignore because yesterday he stuttered over the line against Tom Sykes. He averaged 79.38, was 3-0 down
140.
to his fellow Yorkshireman before then going on to win 4-3. But you can't afford a slow start on a Saturday evening. It's 2 games, and if you don't get the allotted results that you needed, you're out, you're
100.
gone.
Yeah, good point. Hasn't averaged over 80 in his first game of the day yet this week, Mr. Wilson. Let's not forget that game with Sykes yesterday. It's 3-0 down. Should have been brushed aside. Somehow he won that game.
140.
Funny how Chris Mason's actually not here tonight. And this would have been
91.
the perfect night for him to say his favourite line. Because if Sykes wins, or the Jammy Dodger wins, it's because the name's on pot, lad. He loves talking about that because he thoroughly believes that sometimes you're just destined to get it. Maybe that game, which was an all-Yorkshire clash
60.
between Sykes and Wilson, was it a sign that maybe it was going to be James Wilson's week? It's going to be a really interesting last 2 group matches. If Van Bazien wins 4-2.
James Jamiroquai, 161.
Opportunity to break, but Wilson, with those couple of treble 18s there, has laid himself better off in this leg. And it's going to get a go at 82 to level up at 1 apiece. I should say that there is still a conceivable scenario where we could have 2 9-dart shootouts tonight.
56.
Because if every
James
game
Jamiroquai,
finishes
82.
4-2 in a certain side of the scoreboard, we could be seeing 2 9-dart shootouts simultaneously. But James Wilson is not going to banish any kinds of hopes of that as he looks at top to an 82. Goes
James
just above
Jamiroquai,
Van Bazien for the
105.
break.
Earlier this week, Van Bazien had 105 and he started on the bull. Does he do the same? He does not. That's a better result. Double top for 2-0.
85.
It had a little glance, didn't
James
it?
Jamiroquai, 40.
Now Wilson's got it. Peg the Belgian back. Doubles this week have been good.
Game shot on the second
That is
leg.
pinpoint.
James Wilson.
Of everybody here tonight, it is wild
Third leg, it's James Van
to say
Bazien to
this
throw
statement.
first. Game on.
James Wilson for the week is the 2nd worst percentage-wise on doubles, and he has not lost a game. Sometimes the numbers do lie.
Nobody has completed a week without
100.
defeat here at the Super Series. They've had a couple of players who've gone and won Group B's 100% records. Scott Williams and Lee Evans in Series 1. Well, they came from Group A, so they obviously
121.
lost games to have gone from Group A to Group B, and then went on to win the weeks. But Scott Williams did lose a game on the finals night of the week, and he didn't even go on and win that week. He then won later on when he got a second bite of the cherry. Lee Evans losing the first game of his finals night to Neil Duff.
140.
Richard North went out very quickly after he won every game in his Group C campaign, as did David Davis. And James Wilson here could have his back a little bit against the wall, because Van Bassine is just finding little spurts, isn't he?
60.
Little moments in matches where he is raising the level a little bit.
I just wonder how he's feeling. This is his 25th game of the week. He looked fairly energetic in his interview. He looked fairly energetic in his first game. On some level, something's
41.
got to be hurting. I know from previous experience playing this amount of darts in a week, whether it's an ankle, a knee, a hip, a wrist, an elbow, or your head.
24.
Dart players do play with headaches when they've played with a lot of darts in a short space of time. It's because of the focus and the concentration. If you look at the way he plays the game, and how he looks at the board, he's more intense than most.
60.
However, we've got to ask a question mark the other way round as to James Wilson, because not got out the traps like the jammy Dodger we saw in Group C, averaging 80.27 so far.
80. James, you require 160.
Van Bassine has got 6 on 160. And in Group C, by this point in the day, Wilson will be on something tangible. He's not going to finish altogether.
There's a little nod after that
140.
second dart. I assure you, that second dart was a world-class attempt. And the third dart was made easier because of that brilliant second shot.
100.
In his first game,
James,
he
you
was
require
2 hits from
20.
8. This first start is to be 2 from 5.
Game shot on the
There it
third
is, 2 from
leg.
5 it is.
James Van Bassine.
Trying to make, or take full advantage of the fact that he has the darts in this game.
Fourth leg, it's James Wilson to throw first. Game
Has
on.
an interesting quirk, doesn't he, James Van Bassine, when he lines up the double. It's almost like he lines up and then moves the dart along in a straight line.
Yeah, it's very similar to
93.
Rob Cross. If you watch Rob Cross on a double 18 shot with 3 darts in hand or 3 darts at double 16, he'll do this eye calibration thing that Anthony Joshua does, where he'll look at the bullseye, then he will deviate to the target that is requisite. It's really high-level stuff. Maybe he's got some
100.
sort of training up his sleeve from previous years. I've done stuff like that myself. It's very, very high level. Fighter pilots use it.
43.
It's about being reactive to colours and movement. But here's the thing, the dartboard isn't moving.
To bring it back down to the most basic level, what is the advantages then in your mind of doing it as opposed to just aiming it up and throwing it?
85.
I didn't see a great deal of benefit from it, if I'm honest. But I know people who do, so you're probably better off asking them.
134.
I think the Jammy Dodger is the epitome of trying to keep this game simple. He's always been a fabulous dart player. No nonsense. But maybe in trouble.
180.
Van Bassine is potentially 3 darts away here from qualifying for the semi-finals. The Belgian qualifier who was the outsider of the lot to pick up the title this week.
60.
If he
James
converts
require
this, could well be within a couple of
136.
matches of picking up the jackpot. He's got 6 from here to confirm his qualification. Doesn't have to do it this time, isn't going to do it this time. But for James Wilson, it feels like everything so far is effort.
43.
Definitely not somebody who has been playing his best darts at the start of a campaign. Doesn't have the luxury of time here today.
45.
The last thing you
James
want to do
require 93.
is play Kurt Parry and have to win by a margin. Calibrates to the south. 74 left with 2. Can he do in this leg what Tom Sykes could not in getting to 3? Now it's dependent on Wilson.
53.
Whose best finish of the week is 128 on double 10. 419s for a shot at the bull to equalise. That's not ideal, but it is the bull.
101.
And that really would have been jammy, and it would have been to have dodged a bullet. But Van Bassine will place in the semi-finals. The Belgian will head through to the final 4. The Phoenix, his night is going to continue.
Fifth leg, it's James Van Bassine to throw first. Game on.
James looks like a man deep in thought. He can still win this match. But he's going to have to do it from a very similar position to what he was in
85.
Yesterday against Tom Sykes. I just wonder if that scenario will give him extra belief. Because look what he's just done. That's the best start he's had to any leg tonight. So watch out, Mr. Van Bassine. Do not think you're home and hosed in this match. Be careful. Be urgent. Be on
60.
point. Because James Wilson is wily.
Well, you know he's got a tendency of coming back from behind this week. He's done so on a multitude of occasions. He came back twice from the canvas
57.
during Friday's action at the Super Series.
Just before that first start there, he was chatting to himself, and he continues to chat. It's not audible. He's talking inwards, trying to get the best out of himself. And as the week has progressed, he's done that a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more.
123.
Tremendous from Wilson, hanging on for dear life in this 4th match. After this, we've got Darren Webster against Brian Roman. My word. The possibility of a 9-dart shootout is right there. And that is if Brian Roman beats Webster by 4 legs to 2. Like Henry mentioned, we have not had one the best part of 18 months. We are due one.
Timothy would say that the last 9-dart shootout was won by an English language commentator. Could the next one be won by a Belgian language
57.
commentator? But we'll get to that if we so get there. But this for the match.
Well thrown dart. Just dragged it a little bit.
55. James, you require
The opportunity is still open for Wilson, but he's getting opportunities like this, where he needs a treble, a single, and the bullseye to get a leg on the board on top of the one he already has.
92. James, you require 105.
Biggest checkout of this match is 40, and that really tells you something. That there are nerves in this game. Second time he's had a crack at 105. But he doesn't get a shot at tops this time.
36.
And so Wilson to stay
32.
in, 32. Beat for a break back as well. It will turn the game to throw. Double 8.
24.
Had to go, you felt.
James, you require
He puffs the
69.
cheeks because it's not in his control now. The Belgian hits this shot. Wilson has got an uphill battle in the last game of the groups. Is it going to be 1 dart for Van Bassine to win this game? It is. He knows the importance. And he's showing great patience. How's his accuracy?
29.
Just a little high.
James, you require 8.
To keep us going. 2 4s for Wilson.
Game
In
shot
we
on the
go,
fifth
back to
leg.
3-2.
James Wilson.
James Wilson is starting to remind me of Alyssa Milano because he's charmed.
6th leg, it's James Wilson to throw first. Game on.
He's had match darts against him multiple times this week. He has dodged them all.
100.
He's like Neo from the Matrix. Nobody can hit him. This is where you're tested more than anything else. Ask any dart player who has been in this situation. He played
60.
well up until this point. You find out who you are when you are one leg away from something. I've spoken with many players over the years.
57.
When you can thrive in this situation, you walk away and you say to yourself, I don't think there's anything I can't do. Which is one of the reasons why we were so impressed with that 9-darter by Willie Borland when he beat Bradley Brooks at the World Championship a couple of years ago.
125.
When you can do that in a last leg decider, you've got something extra special. But numbers, we said, they can lie to you
92.
earlier in this match. The numbers are not lying to us about James Wilson at the start of campaigns this week. He's averaging roughly 80.
Numbers speak for itself now. I got a little bit excited a couple of legs
55.
ago. A 4-2 win for Van Bassine could still set up the double 9-dart shootout scenario. Because I suppose if we've not had
60.
one for the best part of 18 months, you might as well have 2 for the price of 1, haven't we? It's like London buses.
Remember the first one? Lee Shewan, Ryan Finesse. Conan Whitehead was there. He wasn't even in the shootout, and he was more excited than anybody.
140.
There's Tom Sykes' family there.
Andy Hamilton was the other player in that shootout, by the way. Yeah, I think Tom Sykes' family are very, very nervous
95.
right now. But they
James, you
can do
require
nothing.
121.
And neither can Tom. Belgium needs 1-2-1.
Level 17. Doesn't go. And Wilson, who's just stuck in
38.
and is just stuck in,
James, you
is
require
beginning to find
97.
himself with more opportunities.
Not an easy one. It's easier now. Double 10.
Game shot
Surgical on the
sixth
double
leg.
10.
James Wilson.
3-3. And Van Bassine has seen his chance come and go.
7th and final leg. It's
If he
James Van
does
Bassine
not
to
win
throw
this
first.
leg,
Game on.
he's out.
Big leg for Van Bassine, who was on the cusp of qualification but could now be looking at the exit door.
That's the cutthroat
60.
nature of Saturday night here. It's something you have to learn very, very quickly. We've seen great players come here to Saturday night. Some players have never won a weekly title.
139.
Some have won as many as 4. Steve West has won 4 in a year. Luke Littler won 2 weekly titles and 2 series titles as well. They are Super Series greats.
81.
Just remember, Van Bassine did have the opportunity to win this game 4-1. 4-1, which would have been enough.
It was 1 dart at tops, wasn't it?
And
it was in orbit.
180.
How big is that maximum? My word. The first maximum of his night. And it comes right at the end of the first game that he plays. The Phoenix might be extinguished
85.
at the hands of the Jammy Dodger. And I cannot remember the last time a nickname was more apt than Dodger.
57.
Bit more Dartful dodger than Jammy dodger, James Wilson.
Oh, he's been dodging. And some people could classify him as jammy. But he can't control what his opponents are doing. He just waits for his chances.
Change to require 125.
And every time someone has given him one this week, he has put it to bed.
Oh, you're too good, James. You're too good. He chuckles to himself. And I suppose you can allow yourself a wry smile when you're so far in front. He's going to come back free in hand at double eight upon his return to go through.
Yeah, too much jam, James. Look at him in the background. He's the entertainment right now. Big exhalation from the former roofer. Is this an ironic 180 coming in from the Belgian? This might be the last dart he throws here this week.
Is it dead cat? Or does it give him a glimmer?
16.
James Wilson approaches the board wanting 2-8s to seal his place. And a jammy dodger is semi-final bound, but boy, did he have to dodge a bullet there.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where there's a couple more games to go in the group stages now. And after that win before the break, we know who's through from Group 1. It's James Wilson and Kurt Parry, who will play in the final game of the round-robin action. But before that, Darren Webster and Brian Roman, they're battling it out to join Tom Sykes in qualifying from this group. Webster will qualify if he gets to 3 legs in this match. Roman will qualify if he wins 4-0 or 4-1. Webster and Roman, if they do get to a 4-2 scoreline in this in Roman's favour, then we'll have a 9-dart shootout on our hands. Fancy that, Paul and Henry?
41.
Let me get back to you on that.
Yes, I do, Chris. I'm not hesitating. I think it's possible. Because look at who is playing in this game.
83.
Any result is possible right here.
Quite literally. And these two do have form against one another. They met last
41.
weekend of the Challenge Tour. It was CT3. And Brian Roman beat Dan Webster in the last leg decider by 5 legs to 4. And that was despite Dan Webster having an average 8 points superior than that of the Belgian. Roman averaging 80.92, 5 from 15 on the doubles. Webster 88.61, 4 from 11 on the double. And both had a maximum apiece.
This is a very different Brian, though, isn't it? It's someone who's had a little bit more rest and recuperation, a bit more rehab, more physio. He's had a lot of that this week. He's also got better confidence.
60. Darren, you require
But Darren
117.
has started hot because he's got the darts. You've got to
Game shot on
fancy
the
him when he's
first
doing
leg.
stuff like this. Brian
Darren
Roman has
Webster.
already got an uphill task. He plays
Second
quick,
leg, it's
he
Brian
plays
to throw
effective
first.
darts.
Game on.
And this is a nightmare for anybody. I said it at the start. He's a horrible opponent.
60.
Ask anybody who's played Darren when he's playing well. He's awkward and good.
58.
Gives you no time to think either.
And just to show the pace of this game, 15 dart leg, the opener won in 1 minute and 21 seconds.
95.
But it feels like Roman is throwing at too quick a speed in this game.
140.
Darren previously, different parts of his career, used to aim the dart, twist it a little bit in his fingers, then throw
58.
it. He seems to be in a quicker rhythm these days where he aims the first dart and then continues with the next two.
83.
That's why he is testing our cameras tonight and going up and down the board at will. That's the first sign from Roman right there that
92.
maybe this is not going to be his night.
And Webster really is
100.
motoring. Ton hit to leave on 20 after 12 to threaten the break.
First start's not cooperating yet for Brian. He hasn't got much time left.
81. Darren, you require
Had to get to a
120.
finish that was manageable, and he did that. And this shot is off.
40. Brian, you require 150.
How creative is he feeling? Well, that'll do. Fortunately, that does not let him
55. Darren, you
have a
require
shot at the outer
80.
ring. Darren's getting there,
60.
but not quite.
Brian, you require 60.
So Roman gets a reprieve that he most probably didn't expect to see at this particular point. Tops. Double 15. It's an open bed,
30.
but it's
Darren, you
feeling
require
a little
20.
bit of a mess for Roman so far. Webster to step in to put himself
Game
in a
shot on the
worst
second
case
leg.
scenario
Darren
in a
Webster.
9-dart shootout. That's as bad as it can get now for Darren Webster.
Third
One
leg,
more
it's
leg
Darren to throw first.
The
Game
Demolition
on.
Man, and he will have taken the Riddler out. Move over, Batman.
42.
It'll be everything from here just to get a 9-dart shootout. Talk about skiing uphill.
100.
That's the problem with playing fellow fast players. You can think for maybe 90 minutes
97.
about your scenario because Roman has been doing that. He played in game 1. It's been a while since then. He's probably been
97.
stewing, saying to himself internally, well, what am I going to have to do? Then he found out, and over the last
41.
20 or so minutes, he's trying to put it into play in his head before he gets on the stage. But when you play Darren,
60.
he takes 2 legs in about 3.5 minutes, and all of a sudden, the plan is shattered.
60.
May just be a route back in this leg, though, for Roman, because Webster's just gone off the boil a little bit here.
100.
But if it's to end this raid for Roman, he is going to be bitterly disappointed because he played so well in Group A, and there was so much promise
66.
coming into
Brian,
tonight.
you require 144.
And unless he can find something inspired, doesn't look like there's going to be much in terms of returns.
58.
Not enough to feel comfortable. Here comes Darren.
100.
I
Brian, you
wonder how he
require
didn't leave
86.
55. Okay, double 13.
Game
That'll
shot
do.
the third leg.
He has got form for
Brian
that.
Roman.
He's been trying to leave double 13 more than any player I've ever met this week.
Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Say what you like about leaving an odd number double on purpose,
58.
but it's the position of that dart in the board that is the most important thing. The fact that he hit it.
140.
It is a beautifully positioned double on the dartboard. Nice height. Right next to, and actually in between double 4 and double 6. It just feels
58.
good. You know how they say that certain penalties are a good height for the keeper? Double 13 is a good height for a dart player.
59.
Just so happens to be an awful number. But every now and again, Brian has shown that it can be very useful.
98.
He needs more than just useful from here. He needs perfection from here. Webster has taken the darts in this fourth leg.
132.
He's himself on the big fish. Roman, minimum 2 trails, probably needs the lot.
Yeah, that 132
100.
was not good
Darren,
news
you
for Brian
require
at all.
170.
That was the equivalent of somebody putting a 3 Michelin star dish in front of you and saying, oh, sorry, I gave you the wrong food.
120.
And Darren's done it again. Look at that facial expression. He knows that he's very close to elimination. In his first week back at this level of darts,
100. Darren, you
50
require
points
50.
for Webster to be part of the final 4.
Double 10 for
30.
place in the semi-finals.
Brian, you require
Brian Roman
87.
has one more opportunity. He's been given one last ray of hope as Roman. Double 18, 2 9s.
69.
He got given
Darren, you
one more
require
chance.
20.
He hasn't taken it.
Did have an opportunity.
15.
He will get another.
Brian, you require
He can't
18.
believe he's coming back in this leg. Neither can I. Take full advantage of it.
9.
But he can't.
Darren, you require
That's another
5.
awful number. Double 9. And it's bitten the Riddler.
No score.
But still, Webster cannot get the
require
job
9.
done. Could we be looking back upon this leg in a couple of hours' time? Double 4 for a man.
5.
But even Dick Turpin would have said
Darren,
that that was
required
run robbery
5.
too far.
7 darts already missed to get through.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That gets it done.
Darren Webster.
You can see what Brian thinks of it. His week is done after this game. This means a lot to
Fifth leg,
players.
it's Darren to throw first. Game
And when
on.
they're not part of the semi-finals, it stings. I'm going to say one thing right now.
100.
Fresh off the back of losing that leg. Watch out for Roman this year. He's going to use this experience
60.
and take it out on everybody at the Dutch Open next week.
Which is one of the few Opens he hasn't picked up in his career. In fact, his last tournament win in the
100.
WDF system was the England Open in Selsey back in 2021. That was the first big WDF event back following COVID.
140.
And Roman tried the no-look 180 there.
Yeah, he's full shackles off now. It just proves as well
60.
how aware of this format he is. Because some people come into these second group games not
30.
knowing what they have to do. They just want to have that blind attitude of, I play each game the same.
140.
Brian knew exactly what he needed.
100. Darren, you require 101.
To complete the job. Double 8.
Game
Oh,
shot.
that's
And the
magnificent
match,
from Darren Webster. And it's another demolition from the Norfolk man. And Brian Roman departs stage left. What could have been a Saturday night full of promise has ended in dejection for the Belgian. As for Webster, well, he sets through to the semi-finals, having won both of his games in the group. So it'll be Webster, Sykes, Parry, Wilson, who progress their way through to the semi-finals. We just need to dot the I's and cross the T's now, because the winner of Wilson against Parry will be the victor of Group 2.
Welcome back to the Super Series on Saturday night, where we will have a new weekly winner crowned and another player at Champions Week, which is creeping up on us, isn't it? This week 10 of the 12-week cycle to get there. And on that stage right now, a player who's yet to be beaten. James Wilson looked like he might be beaten when he was down against James Van Berseen a couple of games ago, but he fought back. The Great Escape completed, and winning that match saw him take Kurt Parry through with him. So the Welshman and the Yorkshireman now just battling it out for position to see who will finish top of the group and who will be second. Both will be in the semi-finals and looking to win the week here at the Live Lounge. And guiding you through all of the action tonight, it's back to Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks, Murph. One more group game coming your way right now.
James to throw
and
first.
the pressure's off, lads.
Game on.
However, if you want to have a game off, win this one. It's as simple as that. Whoever loses this game, they will play Darren Webster in the first semi-final.
140.
Tom Sykes is waiting in the second semi-final. That's what we do know at the minute.
180.
What we know is that there haven't been many games this week where Kurt Parry has not hit a maximum. Been so good in that department. And one other thing we know tonight,
139.
it hasn't been a good night for Belgium. Both Belgians out in the group stage. Kurt Parry is looking to do something that has never happened before on a Saturday night in Portsmouth. We've never had a 9 in front of the fans.
Is Parry going to get the party started in Portsmouth? Treble 19. Would have left double 12 for the perfect leg.
89.
You know what, Kurt? That might have got
James,
you a
require
nickname had you hit that.
122.
That was some effort. Best we've seen this week. Connor Scott went 6 perfect, leaving 150 after 6.
82. Kurt,
And
you
James
require
Wilson had a
52.
chance to win the leg. Right there. Double top.
42.
And James might
James,
still
you
win the
require
leg.
40.
Well, if a leg typified a week, Kurt Perry is on for a 9 because of his power scoring, but 2 missed darts at a double may see him lose the leg. 2 10s.
30.
Goes inside,
Kurt,
and so
require
Parry
10.
presented another opportunity. And I feel like we spent half of the week watching Kurt Parry on that double,
6.
and half the week him missing it as well.
James, you
The
require
double
10.
5 was very good for Wales. Got them their first PDC World Champion. And get her in Price in 2021. Double 4 for James.
James shot on the first leg. James
A nice
Wilson.
10 check out there from James Wilson. If you want a bit of a giggle tonight, get yourself on YouTube and look
Second
at
leg, it's Kurt
James
to throw
Wilson
first.
taking out
Game on.
10 in a Players' Championship a couple of years ago when he went double 2, 2 double 2. He's got his own highlight reel on YouTube.
45.
A great watch. What is it going to take for somebody to beat him this week? He has blown people away.
40.
And he's watched on to see people fold in front of him.
$140.
He must be like watching ice in a desert. He's just seeing things melt in front of him.
Here's a thing or two about ice, where he lives in Yorkshire.
41.
I know a thing or two about white hills and icicles. Then again, Kurt knows a thing or two about hills. Got some beautiful valleys where he lives.
55.
Even though he's 1-0 up, I'm looking at the numbers in terms of his average, in terms of the scoring phase. This is the second game running where Wilson's got out the trap
60.
slowly. He got away with it in the end because he came back from 3-1 down. At the minute, he's got a 1-0 lead because of Parry's 4 missed darts at a double.
140.
But as the night goes on, that's going to have to be a trend he's going to have to switch out of very quickly.
He's done that this week, though, already. Is he getting away with it in the group and then clicking into gear
45. Kurt, you
when
require
it really matters?
121.
My word, that reminds me of Yella Clarkson. How many times has he done that? Scraped through a group.
65.
Got to Saturday. Scraped through the group again. And then in the semis and final, goes bananas.
Back with 2 more. Kurt Parry. As long as he keeps straight with the next
134.
dart.
Kurt, you require 56.
He's 4 in the first leg. Gonna get 2 more at tops in the second.
James shot
But he makes no mistake this time.
Parry.
He was under no pressure from James Wilson. Level we are at 1 apiece.
I think in his 25th game of the week.
First. Game on.
It's very simple to analyse Kurt and the patterns that occur with his play. We can go on and on and on
140.
about the amount of times he's missed opportunities. But when he hits tops cleanly, it's amazing how many times he hits it.
134.
Low and 1/3 from the left wire. I know I'm being really, really pedantic here, but that seems to be his sweet spot on tops.
57.
And if you are tuning in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel this evening, and you can see that subscribe button,
35.
just hit it for us if you don't mind. We'll give you notifications to let you know when we're starting sessions over the next couple of weeks, and indeed in week 13 when all of the weekly winners will return. You won't miss a trick, especially with our
60.
bonus content on YouTube as well, including some of the YouTube shorts, which might make you giggle and stay informed. But you may be curious as to where
140.
Kurt Parry got these shoes. He's had 2 pairs here this week. Same style, 2 different colours. 1 black pair, 1 brown pair.
100.
Unfortunately, he's not going to tell me where he got them because he doesn't want anybody else wearing them. He doesn't want that awkward moment of, oh, we've got the same shoes.
168.
So I'm
James
sorry to
require
disappoint everybody,
144.
but he's not going to tell us.
Well, Wilson's hoping to put the boot in. Parry with a perfect setup. But Wilson looking at double 12 for the 144. Oh, por favor! Absolutely superb from James Wilson. Kurt Parry with a perfect setup play, but the jammy dodger, well, that takes the biscuit.
His best finish of the week. He's not crumbling,
60.
that's for sure. If anything, he's like a biscuit in the oven. He's getting harder.
$140.
He's getting better. That average is climbing by the visit. There is a possibility
100.
that this could be the final tonight. Because if they both win their semi-finals, they will be on a collision course again. And if they both turn up... Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself.
60.
Trying to build the tension for post-10 o'clock darts. Imagine if they both turned up and brought their A game. How many 180s would that yield?
45.
Well, the record's 9. Chris Gilliland against Luke Littler. Chris Gilligan, who we're actually going to see in action next week here at the Super Series.
Yeah, we'll have Haruki Muramatsu here on Monday morning with Mikuru Suzuki.
180.
And watch out next week for Christopher Tondas. Very good young German
29.
player.
James, you require 121.
Very excited about him and his future. Wilson has got his first maximum of this game. Is he getting another ton plus checkout? He is not. That's not the first time he's done that this week.
$105.
Tidies up well.
$140.
Nice lead from Kurt.
James, you require 16.
But Wilson is starting to cook now. Double 8. 8 points. Would put him within one leg of winning the group.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
How good was that,
James
dart?
Wilson.
Just caressed it into that green segment in the northeast corner. And Parry might have to stay on the board after this
Game on.
to take on Darren Webster in the semi-finals if he loses this or one of the next 3 legs.
But isn't it funny how the psychology can just so quickly
100.
change? Because 8 minutes, 30 seconds ago, both players would have walked on stage thinking, right, opportunity here to
100.
really kickstart, really make an assault for the night. Somebody could be walking off, knowing they're going to have to go straight back on stage, and the person they got to play is Darren Webster, who this evening, not been vintage, but has been getting what he needs to do done.
100.
At which point can we start talking about the possibility of somebody having an undefeated week? Now, it would only be 3 days.
131.
Imagine if he won 14 from 14. Earlier in our broadcast, we had him listed as a history
60.
maker.
James, you
He
require
was joining
90.
the history maker of Richard North, who was the first in Portsmouth to win 20 points from 20 in a Group C campaign. This is double 18, and that is another win for James Wilson. He's won 12 from 12 here this week. Another 2, and he will be the weekly champion. He gets a game break, and he'll take on Tom Sykes in an all-Yorkshire battle, and it will be Darren Webster against Kurt Parry in the first semi-final post 10 o'clock. My word, that was a good game, wasn't it? It means that James Wilson wins the group. Kurt Parry has to settle for second position. But all is not lost, Kirk. You can still win tonight, but you're going to have to go through Darren Webster first. We'll take a break now, and we'll be back shortly. It's almost semi-final time.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the man alongside me is still unbeaten, never lost here, James. You just keep winning. How are you feeling this evening?
It's hard. I mean, my first game, you know, a bit shaky. Came in, bit of a slow player. Played Kurt there, you know, obviously, you know, my kind of speed. So it was a fantastic game. I knew I had to take that 1-4-4 out because he were on top of me, and I think that hurt him a little bit.
Yeah, that was just a battle to see who won the group, but you've obviously done that now. But the first game, just going back to that, 3-1 behind, James is fighting to stay in it himself. Where did you find that comeback from?
It was a slow player, and, you know, to be honest, I thought Mickey Mansell. I thought, you know, you played Mickey Mansell before, so just up your speed a little bit, you know, and then push it a little bit more. And the 97, that were crucial. And then I knew then that it was 3-3, and I had to hit him because it was his darts. And when I went 1-3 and I 1-8, I was like, yeah, this is mine, this.
Well, we've got you. Let's just take a little moment. Obviously, a lot of the viewers will remember you from, well, first of all, the BDO days, then your stuff in the PDC. Last couple of years, not a lot of time on stage. So what's it been like to come back to a place like this and play so many games on stage?
It's been fantastic, actually. You know, I've really enjoyed it. And I said, you know, when I was at Q School, you know, do I really want my card? Because I knew that this going along, and I'm right happy, you know, playing in this situation. I mean, I had an operation on my arm, you know, and that wasn't great. But now getting on stage here, it fills you with a lot more confidence in your game. You push yourself, you know, it's great.
Is it potentially something that was needed to take maybe a step back, to take 2 or 3 forward?
Yeah, maybe. I think it was. You know, it got mundane, you know, in PDC it did. And I got hurt a lot because of COVID. You know, I dropped right down rankings. Really, they should have frozen it. I mean, I think Darren Webb's the same. If they'd have frozen it, would have still been up there. But they didn't, so here we are. And I tell you what, I'm quite happy with it.
Yeah, we're very happy here too. You're on course for a record as well. Nobody's ever come to the Super Series and won every single match in a week. I've said it now. But if you do that, obviously you'll win the trophy, you'll win the £5,000, you'll be through to Champions Week. It'll be some start here for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident, and, you know, I'm looking forward to the next few games. You know, they're going to be tough. I mean, Tom Sykes, you know, I've got him next. You know, he's a fantastic player. He should have had me a couple of times this week, but, you know, we'll just see how it goes.
Bit of a Yorkshire derby as well, will it?
Yeah, Yorkshire derby semi-final.
Right, we'll let you go and practice. Well done so far this week. 2 more hurdles to jump. We'll see you in the semi-finals. But earlier this week, James and all of his fellow semi-finalists took on the Modus Super Series Bullseye Challenge. Here's how they got on.
James Wilson, this is my Bullseye Challenge.
Game on.
I think that might have been the most Yorkshire introduction in the history of the Bullseye Challenge.
2.
All right, James. This is Bullseye Challenge. Lots of bullseyes and 25s you need. Crack on, lad.
2.
Don't worry about me. My Yorkshire accent's terrible. His is a lot better, and he's a very, very good dart player as James Wilson. Will he be lethal, the biscuit, on the centre in this challenge?
1.
He's got 1 bullseye and 3 25s at the halfway point. Is he going to get more? Got an ideal action for this challenge.
4.
Fast and furious, and 4 there does him the world of good. Not in double figures yet, but is approaching it. Now he is motoring.
4, 10 seconds.
Might get 2 visits if he's fortunate and if he's quick. Not going to be 2 visits. Last dart is a good one.
Last one. 2. James Wilson scores 15.
This is Kurt, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
1 minute, game on.
Come on, KP, don't go nuts. Just find yourself in the centre a lot.
2.
With the bullseyes, he's got a very fast rhythm, like some of our other players attempting this challenge, and this might just suit him quite a lot. As you can see, a very upright angle of attack. If he's going to find the top of that 25 and bull, he might just nestle a few more in there. That's not bad. Great guide. 2 points in the first two.
2.
Can't get any with the third dart. Adorned in red today for his beloved Wales. That's what he wants. Plenty of red.
5.
And he gets plenty of red. Taking his time as he walks back. He's not running back. Maybe burning a few seconds throughout the course of the minute that he's got to get his big total. This is good. But just how good can it be?
4.
He's been brilliant at this. But is it brilliant enough? That's a blocker. And that was the problem with it.
Are we counting the last one? 2. Kurt Parry scores 21.
I'm Darren Webster, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
Okay, Darren, 1 minute. Best of luck. Game on.
Best introduction ever on the Bullseye
1.
Challenge. Here comes the Demolition Man running around the stage. One of the only dart players who has a nickname after a movie. Famous movie with Wesley Snipes, Sandra Bullock, Sly Stallone. But now, the bullseye is his target,
2.
and he needs plenty of them. Look at him running around the stage. Right, pretty apt, really, because he has got that much energy.
2.
Okay, so only 6 to this point. He might get more darts than most. Needs to bank lots of that.
2.
Only 2. It's not enough. Record holder, American, Danny Lauby. Leonard Gates shortly
2.
behind him.
10 seconds.
I don't think they're going to be troubled by this one, but this has been incredibly entertaining. You've got to keep your balance, Darren. This challenge, has it been demolished?
2. And your time's up.
I scored absolutely rubbish 12 on my Bullseye Challenge, yeah? Right, lovely.
I'm Tom Sykes, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
Game on.
Go for it, Tom. Another Bullseye Challenge coming your way with the belt holder in the ADC from Yorkshire.
No score.
Not the best start, but Tom has got 60 seconds to get as many points as he can from the 25 and that. That's exactly where he wants to be.
2.
If he can get the first dart in the top of the bullseye, we might even see 3 bulls here from this man. He's very dangerous and only just starting to make his way through the sport.
3.
3 points is good, but if you want to get to the top of the leaderboard, you're going to need more than 3 per turn. How does he hit the bullseye from here? From over there, maybe?
2.
But maybe not.
20 seconds.
Come on, Tom. We've got 20 seconds left. The referee has told you how long you've got. Make the most of it.
5.
That's how you do it. Wonderfully
10
done.
seconds.
This may be his last shot. He might even get one more dart
4.
when he comes back if he
3
runs.
seconds.
This is it, Tom. What have you got left?
1, and your time's up. Tom Sykes scores 17.
Good evening and welcome to the MODUS Super Series live on Sporty Stuff TV, where the semi-finals are about to get underway for week 10. 4 players left fighting it out for the £5,000 first prize and for a spot at Champions Week. The group games have already been played this evening, and here is what happened.
3-2 to the good and within a leg of the opening rubber of the night. Double six for the break in 3-2. Huge moment in this game, and Tom Sykes has the darts to beat Brian Roman.
What a marker that is. It's unnecessary now.
8.
And it's Brian's return to the board
20.
for a third time to try and take this leg that yields nothing. You can see that frustration. That's the most frustration he's shown all week.
He was apoplectic, was Brian Roman, but Sykes will be ecstatic. He gets his campaign off to the perfect start.
James
Per game
91.
of his opponent, and he's already got his first one in this game compared to his Belgian counterpart.
However, Van Basten's looking to find the counter punch. 2 darts at tops, level up at 1 apiece.
Game shot
Finds it, level we are, 1-1. Good response following what was a sluggish start from the Belgian.
Going around the houses on the doubles, he's found himself on double 5 an awful lot. He might just find James in his pocket, trying to steal something now on double 15. He can be aggressive with this shot.
Game shot on the third leg.
Super accurate.
And Parry has a chance to clinch the points.
102.
1 dart at double 16.
Game
and he wins his first Group 2 match. That could be really bad news for the Belgian. He is livid. He's still smiling, but there was a chance for him to take that one all the way. This is a big, big shot. Double 11. Almost at double 14, and then it's double 11. Don't look, Tom, honestly.
Tom, you required 6.
That could be huge in this group. 1 double 1.
No score. Darren, you required 10.
The crowd are lost for words. So is Tom.
Game
as he loses the game by 4 legs to 2, and those darts missed to make it 3-3 could make all the difference.
You require 8
to keep us going. 2 fours for Wilson.
Game
in we go, back to 3-2.
James Wilson.
James Wilson.
He's beginning to find himself with more opportunities.
Not an easy one. It's easier now. Double 10.
Game shot
surgical on the double 10.
James Wilson.
3-3. And Van Basten has seen his chance come and go. Look at him in the background. He's the entertainment right now. Big exhalation from the former roofer. Is this an ironic 180 coming in from the Belgian? This might be the last dart he throws here this week.
180.
Is it dead cat? Or does it give him a glimmer?
16.
James Wilson approaches the board wanting 2 8s to seal his place. And a jammy dodger is semi-final bound, but boy, did he have to dodge a bullet there.
He's also got better confidence.
60. Darren, you require
But Darren
117.
has started hot because he's got the darts. You've got to fancy him when he's doing stuff like this. Brian Roman has already got an uphill task. I wonder how he didn't leave 55. Okay, double 13. That'll do. He has got form for that. He's been trying to leave double 13 more than any player I've ever met.
Could we be looking back upon this leg in a couple of hours' time? Double 4 for a man.
5.
But even Dick Turpin would have said that that was run robbery too far.
7 darts already missed to get through.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That gets it done.
Darren Webster. Darren, you require 101.
To complete the job. Double 8.
Game
Oh,
shot.
that's magnificent from Darren Webster. And there's another demolition from the Norfolk man.
Including some of the YouTube shorts, which might make you giggle and stay informed. But you may be curious as to where
140.
Kurt Parry got these shoes. He's had 2 pairs here this week. Same style, 2 different colours. 1 black pair, 1 brown pair.
100.
Unfortunately, he's not going to tell me where he got them because he doesn't want anybody else wearing them. He doesn't want that awkward moment of, oh, we've got the same shoes.
168.
So I'm sorry to disappoint everybody,
144.
but he's not going to tell us.
But Wilson's hoping to put the boot in. Parry with a perfect setup. But Wilson looking at double 12 for the 144. Oh,
Game shot on the third leg.
absolutely
James Wilson.
superb from James Wilson.
20 points from 20 in a Group C campaign. This is double 18,
Game
and that
shot
is another
and
win
match.
for James Wilson.
James Wilson.
He's won 12 from 12 here this week.
Yeah, James Wilson indeed has been a dominant force on debut. Paul, he said he didn't want to know, but I did actually tell him in an interview after the group stages he'd be the first person ever to come, turn up, win all his matches if he wins tonight.
I'm not sure he should have known that, but some things can't be avoided, right? He hasn't lost a match, and it's not as if he has dominated all 12 games that he's played here this week. Especially that first game of the night. He probably should have lost that one. However, in that game against Kurt Parry, he showed real class in putting in the best performance of the night at just the right time.
Yeah, there were some really significant matches tonight. Let's just take a look at the results so far. You mentioned that performance against Kurt Parry, but just above that, the one against James Van Bussien. He was 3-1 behind. He was in trouble at that point, James Wilson.
He was in real trouble, real trouble. And I know that James Van Bussien has had a very successful week in making it to Saturday night. However, he's going to be stewing on missed opportunities in that game for the next couple of weeks, probably. But we all get stronger when we've been through situations like that. After making Saturday, I'd like to see him back here to see what else he's got. But for now, we've got to look at who have come through these experiences before and been able to use them to their benefit tonight. And we're looking at the likes of Webster, we're looking at the likes of Parry, and we are looking at someone like Tom Sykes, who has had success on this stage, but not on a Saturday night before. So they've all had some sort of success elsewhere, and they've used that to get to where they are tonight.
Well, let's talk about those semi-finals. You just saw them there. It's going to be that Yorkshire derby, second up, Wilson against Sykes. We'll start there. Wilson's got the experience, but Sykes has turned up here like a bit of a wrecking ball, really. And he's got that sort of bravery, that sort of no-fear approach that we've seen from players that have come here as ADC qualifiers before. Some of them have gone on to achieve quite a lot since as well.
Yeah, they've done pretty well. This game is what Group C is all about. Now, Yorkshire Darts have had fabulous decades over the last 50 years. And we're looking at maybe a clash of generations between these two. But the most important narrative is that Tom Sykes has not beaten James Wilson this week. When he came back here this week, his goal was to right the wrongs of before. Now he's got to right the wrongs of the last couple of days. That's going to be a hard thing to do, but has he played consistently tonight to the level that James Wilson will be worried? No, unfortunately not. A new level will have to be found, so Wilson will be a heavy favourite for me.
Yeah, with that in mind, is that a bad game in a way for Tom Sykes? You know the nuances of county darts and everyone in those areas. Maybe Tom Sykes is a new player to viewers of the Super Series. He won't be a new player to James Wilson.
Not at all. Everybody knows about Tom Sykes now because of what he's done here this week, what he's done previously. He is the Yorkshire belt holder in the ADC. We can't ignore that. He's defended that belt as well. So as far as this game is concerned, I'm really glad that Tom has got a little bit of extra time to stew on this, to try and figure out how he's got to behave and how he's got to find accuracy at the start of that second semi-final.
A quick word on the first one as well. Kurt Parry against Darren Webster. I mean, that is a mouth-watering matchup. You said Darren at the start of the night, but maybe on performances so far, Kurt's got to be a big contender.
Yeah, Kurt's averaged over 91 for the night, and he's close to 90 for the week. So consistency, yes, but Darren Webster seems to be winning situations. He's not played well tonight, statistically, but he's won his group. If he's going to be able to do that in the semi-finals, he might just be waiting to pop at some point here tonight. Is he going to need it in the semi-finals? Maybe. But Kurt Parry's going to need to find those doubles quicker than earlier tonight.
Sticking with Webster as your prediction?
I'm stubborn. You know this about me. I'm not going to change my mind. It might just be a Webster versus James Wilson final.
There we go. Well, that will be the first one, Webster against Kurt Parry on this stage at the Super Series on a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And in future, you could be here too.
Going to get an ounce of sympathy from Webster. He's just going to hit double 11, move on.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren Webster.
Oh, but this decision on tops.
Game
Oh,
shot on
that's
the
a much
first
better
leg.
start than last night.
Certainly a name that I'm familiar with. Oh, wow.
180.
Double 19.
Game shot on
Hello,
the second leg.
11 darter.
Darren Webster.
A very good evening and welcome to the semi-finals of the MODUS Super Series. Henry Deacon in the company of Paul Nicholson to bring you the two semi-finals, and we kickstart with Darren Webster up against Kurt Parry. Before a dart was thrown, these were the two players that were the standouts as far as Groups B and Groups C are concerned. Webster, who had won both of his games in Group 1 of tonight's action, but it wasn't really convincing, was it? Yes, he had those 2-ton plus checkouts against Brian Roman, the 55-year-old from Norwich, twice former PDC World Championship quarterfinalist. But apart from that, it's not quite been the rip-roaring levels that we saw from him last night as he takes on Kurt Parry, who has put in the best numbers so far. Very good evening again, Paul.
Yeah, good evening, Henry, and welcome everybody on Sporty Stuff TV to what could be an enthralling end to Week 10. You're absolutely right. When it comes to Darren Webster, the numbers don't really collate to what he's done in his first group here tonight. Quite baffling, actually, that he's only averaging 81.32 for the night and 30% on the doubles. But that was good enough to win Group 1.
100.
It also gives him the darts in this semi-final. Now, I was chatting with James Wilson and Darren Webster around about an hour
49.
before play began tonight, so around about 6:30. They were asking me questions as to how things worked here tonight, because they've never been to a finals night before. They wanted to know about the intricacies of the semi-finals, potentially. They wanted to know about
100.
the group stages. They wanted to know where they would potentially need to have a bullseye shoot off to see who goes first. And I said, you only have to worry about that you get to the final. And then they asked the question, well, who gets the darts in the semis? Win your group and you get the darts. And they just said, we don't need to know anything else.
Straight on with it.
98.
Straight into the game. It's been a sluggish type start in comparison to what we expect from this pair, but it's Webster who's first down to a finish on 76.
60. Darren requires 76.
Expect this one to catch fire as the game goes along.
Double top for Darren.
Game shot on the
Favourite
first
double.
leg.
Will leave it at
Darren
every
Webster.
possible chance if he could. 1-0 lead
Second leg,
for the
it's Kurt to
Demolition
throw
Man,
first. Game on.
who put in his best performance this week against Kurt Parry yesterday evening. Not far from this time slot either.
180.
180 machine that is Kurt Parry has said hello once again at the start of leg number 2.
140.
Almost had company.
Death Taxes and Kurt Parry hitting a max in a match. Now he teased the 9 darter last time out. He's going to have another go at creating some history here in Portsmouth. It's never been done in front of a crowd before.
Last time he was on this, he had 7 perfect darts. He hasn't got 7 this time. Nine dart legs are brilliant
70
in this kind of spot because they win you the leg. Yes, you might want to get a bit of social media activity with people saying, oh, great 9 darter, but no.
71.
What you want to do is win the leg right now. Win the leg. He
Game shot on
does.
the second leg.
And look where he hit that
Kurt
tops,
Parry.
Henry. Just before 10 o'clock, I was talking about his sweet spot in tops.
Third
About a
leg, it's Darren
third
to throw
in
first.
from
Game
double
on.
5. He's done it again.
Parry gives us parity.
49.
We said that the game will light up as it went along. The second leg markedly better than the first. You just get the sense that this is a pair that is going to
59.
push each other along. When one person does something, the other will tend to follow. But hopefully they don't follow in vain like that.
21.
This is the portion of the evening where you can double your money as well. I can say this confidently after
60.
speaking to so many participants over the last 18 months here in Portsmouth. When they get to the semi-finals, they're not thinking about the money.
100.
They're thinking about winning. Winning is more valuable to these people. Money will make a difference to their lives when they're finished.
140.
But for now, it's feeling that they want. The feeling of being the last person standing.
139.
I know that this caused a few ridicules across the internet when I said this. But whoever wins week 13, whoever wins the Champions Week,
140.
wins a major in the amateur system. It's a TV event which is played over 13
100.
weeks
Kurt,
with
you require
£20,000
102.
jackpot. 102 parry for the break. Bull or treble 14. The bullseye was his preference.
62.
Webster back for
Darren, you
92.
require 92.
Where's he going? Stay there.
74.
He didn't stay there.
Kurt, you require 40.
Just wonder if that was a little bit awkward in the top of the double 18.
Game shot on the third
That is a 2-1 lead for Kurt Parry, and that is a break of throw. Is the Welshman going to make the final? 2 more legs for him in this semi will demolish
Fourth leg, it's Kurt
Darren's
to throw
chances.
first. Game on.
Well, Kurt Parry's playing to type like he was in the group stages. He averaged 91.48, 5 out of 18 when it came to the doubles. He's averaging 93.2 and has taken 2 out of the 3
60.
opportunities he's been afforded at the outer ring. Webster's actually put a few points up on what he produced in the first couple of matches, but it's not been
140.
surmountable enough so far.
$44.
This leg is huge, Paul.
I think it always is in this format.
140.
When someone is 2-1 up, you now have a difference in leg 4 of 2-2 or 3-1.
78.
Parry, 28% on the doubles tonight before this semi-final. He's had such a love-hate relationship with the doubles
140.
this week. He's been as high as 46% for the day and as low as 26%.
59.
That's a huge
Darren, you require
fluctuation
81.
in doubles accuracy. Great recovery.
Game
A
shot on the
wonderful
fourth
12 dart
leg.
leg to
Darren
break
Webster.
straight back by the diminutive man from Norwich.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Every now and again, we get new players coming in,
140.
having their debut here in Portsmouth. Some of them make immediate impacts. I remember when Raymond Smith came here.
140.
at the back end of 2022. He was remarkable. Everybody took notice.
140.
But Webster really has had an impact this week. And look what he's doing now. Finding his best stuff just when he needs it. In fact, they both are.
180.
This game has flip-flopped to some tune. Parry finding his third max of the match.
100.
Time for Webster leads him first to a finish. Parry with a couple of trebles here will severely threaten the break in the fifth. He's found a couple of trebles. He's found the perfect setup play, but he's already been hoisted by that petard before because he had a 168 and got punished by James Wilson. But he's going to get a go at double 8 for a 10.
Couldn't get a 9 in the previous leg. Double 4.
12.
The doubles have bitten him again.
Darren, you required 24.
Darren's in.
Game shot on the
4-3-2.
Darren Webster.
What could have been in the last few seconds. Don't tell me the darts is not exciting.
To throw first. Game on.
Sometimes you can't even take an in-breath. And 3 or 4 different things happen.
Darren Webster's gone
42.
from being in a hole to being in a position where he's a leg away in the space of 25 darts. A 12 followed by a 13. And he has
60.
put his hand on the tiller. He's got it on the throat of Kurt Parry right now.
I've seen Darren at work when he's doing the old
45.
building stuff. He's a man who has signed a multi-year management deal in darts in his building
100.
clothes. That's how honest he is. He's been in holes, canals, pipe work. He'll do anything to do what he wants. But if he's going to beat Kurt Parry here, he might just need a barrage of 2 or 3 treble visits to get it done. And he's finding them.
It's becoming a max fest now. 4 for Parry. Webster with his first there. And he has now a match-winning opportunity to send him through to the final. It's not going to go. And so Parry to send us all the way.
Needs it.
Kurt, you require
It's
100.
that simple. Hit it, or you could be gone. Webster's
40.
been so
Darren, you
good
required
in this first
31.
semi-final. No hesitation. And he's into the final.
And the match.
Kurt Parry will have no
Webster.
complaints about that. He hit 4 maximums in that match. That's the 3rd time this week he's had 4 maximums in an individual game. But Webster found his best stuff against Kurt Parry this week. He did it yesterday in Group B. He's done it again in the semi-finals. The average is slightly under what he did yesterday. But look at the metrics. Every single one of them impressive. The average, the checkered percentage, the 140s, they're all there. And he's in the final. I just wonder who he's going to play, because next it's going to be a Yorkshire derby. Tom Sykes against James Wilson to play Darren Webster in the Week 10 final.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen a really enthralling semi-final showdown between Darren Webster and Kurt Parry. Webster winning, your man is still in the race, but you said he'd have to lift his game, and he really did to cross the line in that one.
Get the feeling he likes playing Kurt Parry, don't you? That was a really entertaining contest with a lot of 180s from Kurt Parry, but ultimately you've got to say that the timing of some of those shots from Webster was so good. And that's the experience of a man who's played this game at a very high level for a quarter of a century. He's still got an incredible level of play, and he really gets his teeth into these kind of battles where it's pacey, it's good, and he enjoys those kind of things.
It's Wilson or Sykes for him in the final. Is he someone for not just them to be scared of, but the entire field at Champions Week to be scared of should he get through?
Can I go full on Vincent van der Voort here? Yes.
I was worried about what you were going to say just then. Yeah, we'll move on actually to next week's players and see who else is trying to make it through to Champions Week. This is the lineup for week 11, just 2 more weeks to fill those places. We've got the Japanese duo of Haruki Muramatsu and Mikuru Suzuki in Group A. Later in the week, a debut for another player just coming off the tour for the first time in a long time as well, Joe Mern, and he's a real standout tie. And an interesting name at the bottom of that group in Harry Gregory, a young talent. Group C features a player who's won here before in Justin Hood, so there is talent all over the place.
Yeah, don't worry about the Japanese players. They're going to be comfortable coming back here. I expect from Haruki, he's had some good stuff in the last 6 months, including some good stuff here, making a Saturday for the very first time. Watch out for Christopher Tondas of Germany. Really good talent. Winner on the development tour now. And it's time for him to start kicking on in 2024. And look out for Rhys Colley as well, England player. And has been very successful in the last couple of years. I think getting to a Saturday would be a really good thing for him next week. But we expect more than that from him now. He really wants to get a weekly title, so watch out for Rhys Colley.
Yeah, that's next week. It should be a really good week of action, but we'll just turn our attention back to tonight because we have this Yorkshire Derby coming up. It's been a battle in Group C, but James Wilson has won every single battle he's played, and the only 2 matches Tom Sykes has lost have been against James Wilson.
Yeah, it's his 13th game as well. Do you believe in the old unlucky 13? But I don't think that comes into it whatsoever. Yorkshire Derby, Saturday night darts, what more could you possibly ask for one of the biggest counties in world darts? They've given us Dennis Hickling, Scott Waits, Dennis Priestley, John Walton, all sorts of other talents as well. And this is just what Yorkshire darts is about right now.
Yeah, and we know that James Wilson has shown enough to go on and win this week. Has Tom Sykes shown enough that he can beat James Wilson?
It depends which James Wilson turns up, because if he gets the Wilson from the end of Group 2, I'm not sure. But if he gets the Wilson from the first game of tonight, yes, he can. I want it to be just like that first semi-final, but sometimes what I ask for, I don't always get. But I just want this game to be a really good match. I'd like it to go all 7 legs to see what both players are made of.
Well, let's see who wins the battle of the White Rose. I suppose I better say Alcide after the semi.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so we know Dan Webster is going to be returning to the hallowed stage just after 11 o'clock. Who is going to join him? Well, Tom Sykes will be hoping that 13 is unlucky for James Wilson, because it is 12 games played, 12 games won as far as the Jammy Dodger is concerned at the Super Series. If he can make it 13 wins on 13, he will progress his way through to the final and have his shots at invincibility. But up against him, Tom Sykes, a man who has not cared for reputations this week. He's already knocked Connor Scott and Alex Spellman out the competition. He accounted for Brian Verman earlier on tonight, but he has got the 51-year-old James Wilson, former World Grand Prix quarterfinalist in the PDC, but he is a major champion on the television, winning the inaugural BDO World Trophy back in 2014.
First leg, it's James.
What's going to be the
first.
key for Tom
Game
Sykes
on.
if he is to get the better of the Jammy Dodger here, you feel?
There's no scenario in this game that he will feel comfortable with. I know that seems really odd to say, but he has been 3-0 up against James Wilson and lost this week. So he will not feel comfortable unless he's got the game in the bag. He knows he's going to have to dig deep. He knows he's going to have to be good from start to finish. This is almost the ultimate test for Sykes, based on where he stands in darts right now and where he stands this week.
93.
His nemesis is named James Wilson. Sometimes if you want to do things like this, you want to have this kind of success,
58.
you've got to go through your nemesis. Everybody in darts has got one.
Tom Sykes missed a dart at tops to win the game 4-0 yesterday, then missed darts in the last leg. He averaged 2 points higher, 81.82. But missed 10 darts at double, most of them for the match. Wilson was able to step in. Is there going to be some psychological scarage? I don't know, but it is the jammy dodger who's made the better of the opening leg. He's going to set up from here to take out the opener on throw, but he's had a bounce out, which is not uncharacteristic for him, and neither is that this week.
Didn't bother him much. He just went back to the board. Got maximum payoff for dart 3. This is 60. The benefit, isn't it?
James,
of winning his
57.
Group. He has the start and makes Tom Sykes think that the task is even harder
Game
than
shot
it could be. That's a brilliant start,
James
and it looks like Wilson's going to turn up in this game. When he started well
Second leg, it's
this
Tom
week,
to throw first. Game on.
he has gone through the game without trouble. But even when he started poorly, he's found a way to win.
90.
Now, whatever happens with Sykes in this game, it is progress. He's made his first Saturday night. He's come through the groups for the first time.
140.
Don't mean to quote Andrew Gilding, the current UK Open champion, but when he lost in a final in the Belgian Darts Open to Dave Chisnell,
85.
he was interviewed and he said, all you can do is better than you've done before. Immensely philosophical from Goldfinger.
60.
But that's what Tom Sykes has done already. He's done better than he's ever done before. But he wants us to be talking about that again in the next
96.
game.
Well, we expected the standard this evening to catch fire. The last 4 legs, incidentally, have been won in 12, 13, 15, 14.
57.
And that proves what Darren Webster was saying last night about the standard of play here at the MODUS Super Series. He was surprised by how good it was.
60.
And how good it is. And how good it may be. But those numbers prove the quality that we have on show here on a Saturday night.
140.
Well, Scotty has already got one.
170.
And Tom Sykes nailed the fish. Another one of them. The bullseye.
145.
Grazes the 25, and he fancied it as well.
James, you require 104.
So close. 54 needed.
54.
Rich's teeth
Tom, you
hates
require
that second
25.
dart. These opportunities must be taken.
Game shot
And
the
it
second
is.
leg. Tom Sykes.
What a lovely angle to see that dart travelling into that double 8 segment with the tiniest
Third leg,
little
it's James to
assist
throw first.
from his
Game
own
on.
second dart flight. Just saying hello on the way through to make this one 1-1. Game's averaging over 90 coming into this
57.
semi-final. But that tells you nowhere near the story. Just under 85 in his
58.
first game. Just over 95 in his second. It hasn't been consistent.
And it hasn't been plain sailing either, because he was
100.
3-1 down to James Van Berseen, and it was almost Alvida Sane for Wilson at that particular point. He won that game 4-3,
40.
which meant that he was through before playing Parry, where he then went through the gears and then some. That 1-4-4 finish amongst the highlights of a 4-1 victory. And at that point, we were beginning
100.
to think maybe he's just going to begin to run away with this weekly title.
140.
You've got support out there, you can hear it. And he can hear it as well. Hope for his sake, it's spurring him on.
His parents and his partner amongst those that are here
94.
this evening. And I do believe that they've been watching dart for dart, and they've hardly been able to watch some of the action, such has been the tension of the last few days.
James, you require 150.
What does James do on 150? He's not going to go for the 19s. Sails over the top of the level 20.
44. Tommy
Sykes
require
after the 133
130.
to leave this 130. Might fancy this. Not anymore.
And he tells that dart exactly what he thinks of it. Giving it a good old point.
50. James, you require 106.
He knows that was a break opportunity, and he has to find one at some point in the semi-final. Wilson 106. Treble 18. Would left double 16. Sykes is going to get,
56.
well, he should get
Tommy
a dart
require 80.
at tops to break the throw of the Jammy Dodger.
That's useful.
Game
Very
shot
useful.
perfect. Tom Sykes.
There is the break of throw. See what that means to him. He's got a score to settle in this game.
Game on.
This might as well just be a game of darts. Doesn't matter if it's a semi-final, a final, or another group match.
85.
He's tired of running into James Wilson the last couple of days and feeling bad about himself.
$140.
Because of what you've talked about with James in previous years in his career, you don't do things like that.
180.
Being a bad dart player and being somewhat sympathetic. When somebody is trying to take you out and trying to take money out of your pocket.
60.
Because that's what this is. This is a battle for £1,250. And a chance to double it again.
120.
When someone's trying to do that to you, it's personal. For about 15 to 20 minutes.
Tom Sykes is playing like somebody who knows that this is an opportunity like nothing he's had before, and he
60.
is running with it.
Tommy require
And he could be
111.
beginning to run away with this semi-final. He broke in the last. He's got all the time in the world to complete this one. Double 16 for 111 and a 12-dart leg to put himself one away from the final. His dad celebrates. You're going to see some big celebrations from him if he goes on to win this match. James Wilson, once again, finds himself 3-1 down tonight. But this time, he has to win all three legs. Otherwise, he's gone.
This is remarkably similar to the
140.
game that they had yesterday. Remarkably similar.
100.
I beg your pardon, it was the game they had on Thursday. Because the averages are high 80s. Creeping up towards the 90s now.
60.
Sykes being in front by 3 legs to 1 will feel ever so familiar.
Question is, how does he see the finishing line? Because, as you say, he's been there
100.
before against James, and he came out the wrong side. And James Wilson, in the back of his mind, will know exactly that.
57.
Is it going to be unlucky 13?
100.
Jammy Dodger. His 13th game of the week. He's on a streak. And in every streak,
100.
there will be jeopardy. When he won 3 legs in a row, a little bit earlier tonight,
James, you require
against Kurt Parry,
144.
he needed a blitz. Needs another one.
Wilson's already taken this out tonight. He needed it then more than ever. Tom Sykes' partner in the background
58.
just cannot watch.
Tommy require 101.
101 to send himself into the final. He's not going to get it done this time.
69.
Wilson's got a shot
James, you
to reprieve
require
himself.
86.
Tom is praying right now that James does not take this. He might just close his eyes and hope that Charlie doesn't call game shot. Let's find out. It's the bull.
37.
Jammy Dodger's 13th game of the
Tommy
week
require 32.
might be his only defeat.
Tom Sykes steps up for double 16. 2 8s. For his place in the final and his shot of redemption. His dad's the proudest man in the building, and he should be proud of his son. The first player to defeat James Wilson this week. Tom Sykes, who won a belt the last time he was here, could end up winning the title this time around. He beats the seemingly unbeatable James Wilson by 4 legs to 1 to set up a finale with Darren Webster. What a moment, what a picture. Father congratulating son. A very proud mum there as well. It's a family occasion for Tom Sykes, and he's now got the biggest occasion of his career to come. A final worth over £5,000, a place at Champions Week. Tom Sykes, a 4-1 victor against James Wilson. That 111 really did change it in his favour in the end. He takes on Darren Webster for that place at Champions Week. Is it going to be Norfolk? Is it going to be Yorkshire? Which of these two are going to pick the title up aloft? We're going to find out in about 10 minutes' time when we return.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final is set. Paul Nicholson has been in commentary and alongside me all evening. Now, what we'll do, we'll just take a look at what's happened across the entire evening and dissect it. The final, of course, Darren Webster against Tom Sykes, getting that win against James Wilson, finally. But he did show some signs in his first match tonight when he beat Brian Roman that this could be coming.
Yeah, I think he's got that Yorkshire grit, hasn't he? We've talked about that with certain players when they've come here to Portsmouth, but I think he's gradually getting better. I'm going to be following his career from now until wherever he goes. But what we've learned in the last 6 months, particularly from this venue, is that when something bad goes his way, he figures it out and he just tries to get the other opportunity to put it right. He's lost to Wilson the last couple of days. He's had the opportunity to put that right here, and he's the only person to beat James Wilson here this week. But the job isn't done.
Absolutely. We'll talk about some of the players that have gone out as well, because, I mean, Brian Roman won Group A, had a fantastic day earlier in the week, but we've seen Kurt Parry produce some wonderful stuff. any other week, Wilson as well, some of these players would almost have won at a canter.
That's true, but isn't it a mark of how difficult it is to win any week now? Maybe at the start of January when some players had some commitments elsewhere, some of those weeks might not have been as strong as this, but as soon as we come out of Challenge Tour action and the tour cards are allocated, we knew these weeks were going to be strong. Just think back to when John Henderson won week 12 around about a year ago. How strong was that week? Think about Niall Cullerton when he missed that 152 checkout. That would have been a career highlight for him. The difference between succeeding and failing in this sport is a mere 1 or 2 millimeters. It's heartbreaking stuff, but when you win, it's a great feeling. Like Tom knows about that now, but when you miss those small shots, you're going to be leaving with tears in your eyes.
Yeah, well, let's talk about both semi-finals that we've just seen. Both really, really good games. Tom Sykes in particular, we'll start with the second one. It was real fun watching him, but also watching his family on that middle table tonight because they were living and breathing every single dart.
Watching is harder. When you've got someone that you really care about who's up here doing their business, there's no way that you can affect what is about to happen next. Now, when Tom had this shot, and he was hoping he was going to get this shot, by the way, he's thinking to himself, just get it done in one. Don't worry about darts 2 and 3. But it was dart 2 that got him through, and you can see the joy from the parents. You can see how much it meant to Tom Sykes. This place is making dreams come true, but that's just one part of the dream. Now he's got to complete it.
Yeah, pure emotion there from him, from his dad in the front row out of his seat as well. It's really good to watch, and you might be seeing the kind of start of a player's next step in their career tonight.
Someone's got to really make an impact at some point, whether it's Challenge Tour, whether it's WDF action in Romania or anywhere around the world, or in Las Vegas, which held a tournament last week. Here in Portsmouth, we are starting to see more people making that impact on a weekly basis. This place has been good to Tom Sykes so far in the last 6 months. His career is only just beginning, and I think he's got big things ahead of him.
Let's talk about Darren Webster as well. We saw him get through that semi-final, really good performance against Kurt Parry. But all week, he has shown the kind of form that made him a PDC champion.
Absolutely. When someone comes straight out of a Q school nightmare, because we know that he was the person just outside that bubble position, he lost his tour card by 1 leg. 1 leg to someone who has been in a final in this series, Adam Hunt. So to be able to get rid of that disappointment, to come here and to play that well in that semi-final just goes to show how much bounce-back ability Darren Webster has. It's great that we've got him here this year because we will see lots of him, I'm sure. But you can be invited based on reputation, but you still have to deliver. And delivery does.
Particularly to play that well in the semi-final, having not played that well tonight in the build-up to that.
Not at all. I think he might have been talking to Jelle Klassen because that's what he did when he won a weekly title last year. He didn't play great in his first game or his second game, just did enough to get through. But when the semi-finals came calling, into gear, now we're going to play properly, and that's what Darren's doing.
Yeah, we will talk a little bit more about the final in due course, but I just do want to get a word on Kurt Parry as well, because he won the Champion of Champions. He's played some tremendous stuff all week. Should he be disappointed or should he be proud of what he's done?
Shouldn't be disappointed whatsoever. He's been an incredible 180 hitter this week. He's almost got 50, I think. And I think this should be the start of something for his year. I know he's got employment, he's got family commitments, and he loves living in South Wales, so logistically it's not particularly ideal for going to some tournaments. And I don't know what his schedule looks like for the next 9 months, but we would welcome him back here with open arms, and I'd love to see him win a weekly title here. Use this experience, it's his best experience so far, and try and shoot forward another time. This has been a positive for him, and I'm sure he'll see it that way.
And also one player that wasn't here tonight, didn't make it. A big surprise to a lot of people as well. In fact, he was installed as the bookie's favourite before a dart was thrown. Connor Scott. And that just shows how good this week was as well. Not only has he missed out, but he also missed out on producing what might have been the greatest leg of all time. We're going to take a look at that. Connor Scott produced, well, we can see it now, a 180. You talk us through the rest, Paul.
Well, look how tight those darts are together, particularly the first two. This is a skill he has with those tapered darts and the long points. This is really clever as well. Getting the 171 off to leave the 150. This is something, apparently, he wants to do this year. And when he sets out a goal, he usually accomplishes it. He's going to be coming back. I am very confident he's going to get a weekly title, if not a series win this year. But if he gets a 180 with the first 3 darts in a leg, expect him to try that again. It's his normal.
There are a few people on social media saying, yeah, if it hit the bullseye, he'd have gone treble 20 top. But you know he was going 3 bulls, right?
He was going 3 bulls. Imagine the symmetry of that shot. It would be thought of as one of the greatest 9-darters ever had he hit it. And he might even do it sometime this year. 3 treble 20s, 3 treble 19s, 3 bulls, 3 targets for a 9-darter. Nobody's done that before.
Yeah, that would be something new. And speaking of something new, there is something new coming to the Super Series. So there you have it. Specials weeks are coming to the Super Series. An exclusive announcement this evening. It will start straight after Champions Week of this series with Double Trouble, a double in, double out tournament. Paul Nicholson, you've played in a few of those, the World Grand Prix. How do the players feel about that, first of all?
I think it depends who the players are. If you talk to someone like Rob Cross, for instance, his double start record is abysmal. But you're thinking about players who are eligible to play in Double Trouble. And you know who some of them are. Come on, you guys aren't silly. But I love this form of the game. I grew up playing this form of the game. And I think it really does sort good players from great players. And we've seen a 9-dart attempt from Connor Scott trying to get it with 3 darts in 3 different targets. But as far as double start 9-darters are concerned, people are going to get a really good opportunity to get one here.
Do you want me to make it a little bit more brutal?
Yes, please.
We've seen at the World Grand Prix that brutal format, that best of 3 sets. This is going to be best of 5 legs. So double start, best of 5 legs. It does not get much more unforgiving than that.
Bring it on. These formats are what people want to see. They want to see these players tested. They don't want to give them duvets and cushions and say, oh, there you go, there's a big prize fund and maybe it's going to be easy. We want to make it difficult for these players. And these specials weeks are going to test them to their limits.
Do get involved at home as well, by the way. We will be hosting these specials weeks throughout the year to break up the series for the rest of 2024 and probably beyond that as well. So some are planned, more will be revealed, but give us your ideas as well. Get involved on social media at MSS Darts on X and Facebook. You can see all our social media handles during the matches as well, and let us know what kind of special weeks you would like to have. Now, Paul, this is right up your street, isn't it? Have you got any ideas that you want to pitch to the powers that be this evening?
Maybe a one night only we could have on a Saturday night where we don't know who's going to be playing in the next leg. You know, that Royal Rumble format. It is Royal Rumble weekend after all. But for me, that would be a nice one night only. But as far as a week is concerned, I think we're doing the right thing by starting with Double Trouble. After that, we could do a Master Out tournament where you can finish on a treble.
Absolutely. Right, I'm going to tell you one player who's caused us all sorts of trouble this week with finishing, and that's Brian Roman, who was in good nick to come into this night tonight, but it really didn't happen for him. But here's some of the weird and wonderful things that he's done this week. I mean, he'd be a good player to have in there, right?
Yeah, I think so. His creativity would be a wonderful thing to have a double start. A lot of what he does is about leaving a double that he's comfortable throwing at. It doesn't necessarily have to be an even number. He likes to find these windows of opportunity. Earlier on, you saw that shot on 93. Single 19 leaves 74. Now, if he gets treble 16, he's got a shot at double. If he gets treble 8, he's got a shot at the bull. Don't call him stupid. What he's looking at is a 2 treble window of opportunity to try and leave a finish. That's super smart.
Right, let's just focus on this evening as well. All the players come to the Super Series at the start of the week, battling it out for a couple of things, to win the week, but to also get to Champions Week. Now, we're going to show you the weekly winners so far, but there is a little caveat to this. Some of the players that have qualified have gone on to get tour cards, and for other reasons can't play at Champions Week, which means actually in just getting to the final tonight, these two have given themselves a real chance, even if they don't win.
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier in the week, we spoke with Steve West. He's had recent hip surgery. He was very optimistic of coming through rehab and being healthy for Champions Week. Unfortunately, he's been given the news that he will not be able to compete. We know that Willie Borland is not able to compete because he's got a tour card now, so we won't see him here for at least 2 years. Chris Landman, who we were all excited by, but he's had a wonderful 12 months. He's got a tour card. He's not going to be here. So there we are. It's opportunity knocks. So if you make the final, and this is something when James Wilson finds out about it, he's going to be livid by, because he's averaged pretty well over the last couple of days. It looks like there are opportunities for other people who don't win the week.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, whoever does win the week will guarantee their spot. So a last little question for you, Paul, about this final. Where is it won and lost?
Excuse me. Darren Webster, if he plays the way he did in the previous match, I think he wins it. It's as simple as that. I think he's got his tail up. He's got to score to settle with himself, really, after what happened to Q School. And he wants to right the wrongs of that. He doesn't want to have that little bit of lag again. He doesn't want to be losing this final and thinking it's another one missed.
Right, get yourself to the edge of your sofa. That is all you will need. The final is about to get underway. But of course, you could be here as well with a front row seat at the MODUS Super Series.
Going to get an ounce of sympathy from Webster. He's just going to hit double 11, move on.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren Webster.
Oh, but this decision on tops.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on
a
the
much
first
better
leg.
start than last night.
Certainly a name that I'm familiar with.
180.
Double 19.
Game shot on
Hello,
the second leg.
11 darter.
Darren Webster.
Well, that is what the pair are playing for. Darren Webster, the Demolition Man, hoping to get his hands on that trophy. He might need a little help with it. It's bigger than him. But Tom Sykes, well, he has been the joker in the pack this week. The ADC qualifier, defeating James Wilson in that Yorkshire derby in the semi-finals to share the stage with Webster for this Week 10 finale. Will it be a win for Webster or success for Sykes? We will find out in the company of our commentary team of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Tom Sykes said when he walked through the doors on Thursday afternoon, he had some retribution with the MODUS Super Series. He came so close to qualifying for the final, but just missed out. He's a game away from the jackpot. But Darren Webster's walk-on song says you can't start a fire without a spark.
First leg,
And the
it's Tom to
spark
throw
was
first.
lit in his
Game
semi-final against Kurt Parry. A 99.78 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. And he won 3 legs from 2-1 down
60.
to win that game 4-2 in 12, 13 and 15. And he's kicking off, Paul Nicholson, in similar vein.
136.
Yes, he is. The final game of Week 10. it going to be destiny for Sykes?
59.
Is he going to show that you don't have to win every game on a Saturday night to have the success? Because he has lost tonight. Lost
28.
to Darren Webster. Their group by 4 legs to 2, but this is a very different game.
45.
Webster has not lost tonight. He came into tonight with a lesser win percentage than that of Sykes.
180.
You just get the feeling that Webster is very close to boiling point in a good way.
81.
This is a player that
Darren
knows what it's
Mackay,
like to cross the
157.
finishing line in big moments, and he's rediscovering the touch. Not going to find a 157 in the first leg. You go back to that meeting
97.
earlier on this evening. Tom Sykes needed 3 legs to confirm his place through. He had opportunities to win that third leg. He couldn't take advantage of them before losing out by 4 legs to 2 of an average 5 points superior that of Webster. But it is the Demolition Man who comes back. Should be 2 at tops to take out the first leg.
Game shot
Finds the 10s to get the immediate break. He didn't win the bullseye in the practice room, but that means nothing anymore.
First. Game on.
Until we could go to the last leg. That's where it would mean something.
45.
Team Sykes are really going to be nervous for this final.
140.
This is what you dream of. To watch someone that you care about trying to make their dreams come true.
140.
But this is just part of the dream. This is part of the process. Imagine if you make it to Champions Week and you're playing in the final there. Here they're playing for £2,500 in this match. In the final match
100.
of the series, it's for 10,000 extra.
Whilst I had the opportunity, I just want to divert our eyes away from this final and send our congratulations to
57.
Michael Van Gerwen, who picked up the Toongriba Trophy tonight, getting the better of Luke Littler by 8 legs to 6 in the final, and then Bosch in the Netherlands. A poignant
60.
moment that a Dutchman winning a trophy named after a Dutch legend.
$84. Darren, you require 156.
He'd love this one. He would love it. He does love it. Even Tom Sykes has to stand and applaud. That's a wonderful finish at this time of the week.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first.
He demolishes
Game on.
leg number 2 and is halfway to $5,000 already. I'm sure his close pals Matt Campbell and Jeff Smith are watching on, thinking, go on, Darren, show us the way. Now go back to our Southampton studio at the end of 2021. And Matt Campbell actually did win with us there. Jeff Smith, you might even see him here this year, but what's going on here?
He's going a bit balmy. He's going a bit wild.
140.
Can I just say, at this moment in time, in a final, Darren Webster could threaten the quickest game in history. 3:46. If he wraps this up without a fuss and gets the next one done quick, we could be on 5:41 territory.
105.
He's not
Tom,
bothered
you
about the
require
time.
120.
Playing so well. Tom needs this.
No
Tom
score.
doesn't get it.
Darren, you require 76.
Oh my, just when you didn't want that to happen. Darren needs tops.
56.
If
Tom,
Tom
you
gets this
require
120, it's game on. If he misses it, it could be game over.
That unlucky deflection means he has to go back to the start. Is it Dart Charvu? He goes high to tops, but what can he see of it?
Game
Enough to keep him in the game. Because if that doesn't go, Darren Webster comes back for double 10 and a potential chance to throw for the final.
Throw first. Game on.
In a weird sort of way, that gets him back in the final, but it might relax him. Because when you do
45.
that, you want your own little bit of retribution on the shot. You've only got yourself to blame when you bust 120 with 2 darts. But since then, he hasn't missed a shot.
180.
What's it we say about games in this format changing on a sixpence?
60.
The Sykes family, who had their heads in their hands a couple of moments ago, are just appearing up. They see some glimmers of hope. They're getting put through the mill tonight.
100.
What a high-quality final to round off a high-quality week.
This game's getting better.
180.
With our high 90s averages here, the doubles percentages are sick. Just like that shot. That's 6 maximums. It's only leg 4. Double 12.
Game shot.
Now we've got a final.
Tom Sykes.
2-2 in less than 6 minutes.
An 11 darter to break the throw. And Tom Sykes, in 26 darts, has got us back level. It's akin to the spurt that Webster put on in the semi-final against Parry. And he's continuing to charge on, motor on. And Webster here is in a spot of trouble.
You might be wondering to yourself, how are these dart players doing this under this pressure?
100.
Very easy thing to answer. That stuff called adrenaline going through your veins, it's wonderful stuff.
58.
And it can make you do superhuman things. It can make you do things that even you don't think you can do.
140.
These are the numbers at the midway point of the final. 105 for Webster, 99.46 for Tom Sykes. 6 maximums in there. In terms of the doubling, both had a ton topper in this match. Sykes 2 from 2 on the finishing. Webster 2 from 4. Cancel that. That's max number 7. And Webster could break back in 11 himself.
43. Darren, you require 81.
Not dwelling on that missed shot for 3-0, is he?
41.
Now Sykes is thinking, why have I left 165?
It's his own miscalculation with the last dart that's left him there. And you don't expect Webster
Darren, you require
to miss
40.
3 at tops.
I have not seen Tom Sykes smile this much in a game all week. He'll be
20.
smiling more in a second if he takes 66. He is genuinely enjoying this game, but you enjoy them more when you're in the lead. He's missed the single. What a dramatic final it's been for him. Littered with brilliance and a couple of enormous mistakes.
Sykes' partner
34.
shakes her head in
Darren,
the
you require
background.
20.
She probably won't want to look as Webster stares at double 10. They put herself 3-2 to the good,
10.
and it would have meant he was going to throw for the match. Sykes gets another chance to lead
32.
this final on double 16.
No
He
score.
doesn't get there.
Darren, you
Darren's
require
already
10.
shaking his head before he goes for double 5.
No score.
He's still shaking his head.
And following the plethora of brilliance that these two have provided, it's possibly these missed doubles that dictate
Tommy required 32.
who picks up the trophy. 2 16s for Sykes.
Better marker.
Game
Better
shot
results.
fifth leg. Tom Sykes.
Now Webster needs to find 2 straight legs again, like he did at the start of the final.
6th leg. It's Darren to throw first.
Taps
Game on.
himself on the head. He knows he's on the hill. Webster is going to have to pour every single ounce into this
60.
now. He kicks off dry. Opportunity for Sykes to really grab the final by the scruff of his neck now.
100.
I mentioned great Yorkshire dart players earlier tonight when talking with Chris Murphy, the likes of Hickling, Priestley, Waits, Bolton,
100.
Cullen. Many, many others.
180.
You might have a new Yorkshire superstar throwing here tonight, going for this weekly
100.
title. Chris Quantock, who he beat for the belt in the ADC system here a few months ago, went on to win
60.
a weekly title a few hours later. Tom Sykes is 161 points away from his first weekly title
42.
here.
Tom, you require 161.
Tom set his sights upon Saturday night. The bullseye will see him win the lot. And that would have been the most incredible way to seal the first weekly win. There was even an appreciation there from Dan Webster.
Now we're about to find out whether going for the bullseye was a prudent plan. I don't blame him for going for it.
Tommy required 25.
Now it's about getting the job done.
It's 2-8.
Game.
It's
shot,
Sykes' night
and
on the
match,
South Coast.
And the MODUS Super
The man from
Series
Yorkshire
Week 10
will head to Champions Week.
Tom
He said he had
Sykes.
redemption with this competition. He failed to qualify last time. He's the victor now. He's beaten Darren Webster by 4 legs to 2 in the final after Webster beat him by that same scoreline in the group stages. The humble lad from Yorkshire is the big man in Portsmouth. A proud family in and around the arena. Can't quite believe it. There's a proud dad to the side of the stage. Tom Sykes just cannot believe what's happened. They can't believe what's happened. That is the proudest set of parents in Portsmouth this evening. Mum's almost in tears. Dad doesn't quite know what to say, and Tom Sykes doesn't quite know what to do. The biggest achievement, the biggest accomplishment of his fledgling career is to beat Darren Webster to pick up his first Super Series title. Those are numbers from an incredible final. Blitzed quality, but some key missed doubles in the 5th leg. It was Tom Sykes who just about got over the line in that leg and then went home to win in 14 darts in the decider, 4 maximums apiece. But have a look at the doubling for Darren Webster, 2 from 13, most of them being in that 5th leg, and that was his downfall. But it is Tom Sykes who is the weekly champion, having beaten Darren Webster in the final by 4 legs to 2.
Yeah, he certainly has. Thank you, Henry. Tom, clearly emotional with what's just happened tonight. Just sum up how you're feeling.
I don't even know. I'll be honest, I don't even know. I've played well all week in patches, and I've saved my best game for last.
Yeah, you certainly have, but there was a moment in that match. We've got to talk about it. The 120, it went from the ridiculous to the sublime, didn't it?
Yeah, I tried throwing that second 20 so high, and I don't know what happened there, and I hit treble, but luckily Darren missed, so I got another shot.
Yeah, it was an incredible moment. Let's talk about the semi-final as well, because James Wilson had kept beating you this week so far in those Yorkshire derbies, but the one that really mattered, you got the win.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened, to be fair. I've played well against him all week, and yesterday I went 3-0 up against him and ended up losing 4-3, and I just thought I can't let that happen again. If I get in front, I've got to stay in front, and I managed to do it, so yeah.
Where does this rank for you in terms of what you've done in your career so far?
Top, massively top. I've been here last time and I didn't get through. I was top of the league after the first game and I ended up blowing it. But to get through and to win it this time is unbelievable.
What were your expectations when you came here? Because you came in at a time when obviously a few tour card holders hadn't got through Q School, so it's kind of stacked the field, but you're the man that's come out on top.
My expectations, I thought to myself, when I saw the groups, get to finals night and we'll see what happens. And I've got there and I've won, so yeah.
Absolutely, and a family affair as well. I know you've got your family here with you. How important's that been in sort of egging you on this evening?
Yeah, it's been, my family have always been behind me anyway, whether I'm here or not, but tonight's good. It felt good.
It really has felt good, and this is going to feel good as well, because this is your moment now to take hold of that trophy and share that celebration. Your Week 10 winner at the Super Series, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Sykes. Tom there celebrating that moment. I'm going to ask Paul Nicholson to come and join me on stage as well. Tom, you can go and share that moment with your family. Paul, he spoke really well. You can see him there speaking to his family. What a moment it is for him this evening.
Hugely impressive final. It had a bit of everything, didn't it? But someone's got to win a game like that. And to bounce back from disappointment, not once but twice in that final, a missed single that could have been catastrophic, a bust shot on 120 that could have been catastrophic. There's something about Tom Sykes, about disappointment followed by success. That seems to be following him around over the last few months. I wonder what's going to happen after this kind of success.
You mentioned that moment where he busts a 120. Now, was that the moment, not the moment he busted it, but when he came back the very next visit and took it out, that showed you he could win this?
Yeah, I think so. We've all been in a situation like this where something odd has happened and you think, I might have to right the wrong immediately. He was able to do that. And I don't know whether you noticed this, Murph, but during that final, he started to smile a lot. He was enjoying this final. And when you're in a game of this importance, but you're enjoying it that much, you just let it all flow. And he was playing really, really well. I still think there's another level to find with Tom. And when he finds it, he's going to be even better than what we've seen this week.
And I thought there he just spoke really well. He spoke about learning from the experience when he was here last time. Look, this ranks at the top of his career now, but there's plenty more to come, isn't there?
Yeah, not long from now, he's going to be up against some other weekly champions. His next best thing could be as little as 3 weeks away.
Yep, a real contender for Champions Week then in your mind?
Got to say so. We'll crunch his weekly numbers and look at the trend of what he's done this week compared to others. But people are going to take note of Tom Sykes. He's from Yorkshire, he's from a strong darting county, and he's going to be a thorn in a lot of people's sides. And I'm not sure many people were expecting him to win tonight. We looked at our odds compilers odds tonight. He was near the bottom, and he's just said, in your face, everyone.
Well, I know you're psyched to see him again. I certainly am. I make no apology for that at all. And Tom Sykes has come out on top in what's been a fantastic week here at the Super Series. But we've got another week for you, starting on Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. And we'll get the penultimate week of action before that Champions Week in Series 6 gets underway. This evening, though, it was all about success for Sykes.